ready to be done with this. I'm ready. Not only am I ready to be done with this episode in general, because spooky shows offer me considerable stress, I'm ready to be done with this topic and never talk about it again.
I'm intrigued. And we have some special surprises for you guys this episode. Spill the beans on our surprises. We've got a lot of, we've put a cute little thing together this year, I think.
We have. Listen, y'all, honestly, we've worked our cocks off. I'm fucking exhausted for days. When this comes out, y'all will realize those prints we talked about, they're late because they're hopefully out by now. I fucking hope. Yeah. I don't.
Should be by now. That leads us into our first bullet point of discussion here. Let's talk about those late prints.
They're fucking good, guys. They're great.
Sorry, do that again. I laughed over it. I'm sorry.
That's all I have to say about them. I mean, that's it. Like they're beautiful prints. They're 8.5 by 11. We're going to be signing the back of them because the front is seriously just too goddamn pretty, and I don't want to sully it with my stupid fucking signature. You know, they're beautiful. They're comic book style, vintage prints. They have a matte finish, and they're on this like cool cotton paper. They're the first ones we've ever done, and we're super excited about them. And Lera designed them, and she does great shit all the time, and you just need to go look at them. If you're not even going to buy one, go look at them. We'll put the link in the show notes.
Very extremely limited edition prints that we'll be chucking out from time to time. We're hoping we have some fellow collectors in the bean can.
Yeah.
I love collecting things, and you know, if you do too, then snag this first one. You'll be one of only a few people who do. And we're only selling them through, we've extended the time a little bit due to our technical difficulties. To, what did we say? The 1st?
Yeah, November 1st. So we added a day since it's a day late, which I think is good too. It'll kind of ease up. I know a lot of people get like, and not to say that you just need to throw your money at us, but like a lot of people get paid on the 1st. And that might also be good. I thought about that later. I was like, man, ending this on the 31st is kind of an asshole move.
So check it out. I think you'll be very impressed. And speaking of very impressed, what sweet ass topics do we have for today?
Very impressed. Simply
very
captivating.
Impressed. Oh, fuck. Dude, I totally forgot about Simply Captivating. We have some Simply Captivating guests on today's episode.
Yeah, we do. A whole handful of them.
Somebody who's going to shake you to your core.
Yeah.
We're talking astral projection and demon fighting. What else, man?
Shaking the whole fabric of understanding of our reality. I don't know. I don't know anything. It's just insane. I love talking to her. We sat down and we talked to Jordyn Moon of Moonlights Apothecary. We've talked about her a lot. She is one of the first people we talked about, and we were just like, she's just a real actual witch. Like she's a magical human being. We're talking to her about the work that she does in it with spirit, and it's amazing. It's the coolest thing, and we were trying to make it scary, but then we just kept asking her questions because we just needed to know how this works.
And there's a couple of things that she has said that have stuck with me. Like, it'll visit me in dreams kind of sticks with me. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk about it, I think, after we get to the interview. But on top of being an actual hedge riding starseed of a woman, she also makes the best effing soaps and potions that you'll ever have in your life. So
her confirmation of that full bar amazed me to death.
I know, that's hilarious. She makes she'll have products named after things like different cards of the tarot or
tarot series,
whatever. But it's not just in name. She puts so much effort and energy into anything. We've talked about it a million times. I don't have to read, we're not going to go there again. However, it's just funny to see when you put that much energy into it. Like Macy had the full.
And I didn't even know what it meant because I don't know what tarot fucking means. I just saw it and I was like, I need to get that. It spoke to me, but I didn't read the description. It was a beautiful blue and her bars are marbled and pretty. And I grabbed it and I was like, I'll get that one. And then I just started bathing with it now and again. And it would just fucking get me amped. Like, but I didn't know why, so I didn't really know what to do with the energy that I felt. I would just get like fucking buzzed with this energy. And then she broke it down. You'll hear it in the interview. And I was just like, that makes sense.
Also, we have guests of a more familial nature. Let's go one by one. I've talked to Clarkey Malarkey.
I sat down with mi madre.
Oh, I talked to mi padre.
I took 3 years of Spanish, and I'm an idiot.
Same.
I got kind of good at it for a while, but I lost it.
I actually got to the point where if you dropped me in the middle of fucking Berlin, I could totally conversate and find my way home. And now I remember, like, Ich bin Charlie. That's it. Who did you say you spoke to? Your mother, my father.
Oh, my mi hermano.
Is it brother?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, that's either brother or husband. I don't know. I spoke to my mother, my mommy.
And I sat down with Lera, and she talked to us about, she grew up in Ukraine, and she sits down and she just talks about like some childhood folkloric things that she remembers growing up, and like that the urban legends you're threatened with as a kid, and or entire entities. And it was great. It was very interesting to hear her talk about that.
My favorite, one of my favorite things is hearing the stories that are told to children, like the what do you call them? Cautionary tales that are told to children, but they've been warped into this spooky, scary thing because it's like every culture does it and they do it in such different ways. I love it to just talk to people about like, who was your boogeyman growing up?
Well, and that's what she said. She was like, everything in like that culture, it wants to take your children. Like everything, there's a million different one of them that like you threaten your kids with, that so-and-so is going to come eat you, or so-and-so is going to take you away. And like just anything you could think of, river monsters, fairies, the Baba Yaga, like all of it. They're coming for your kids.
Wow. Dangerous to be a child there, man.
Uh-huh.
And then, of course, we have listener stories. And last but not least, except first but not least, because we're probably going to kick off with these, we've got our own topics. What do you to tell? Spill the mystery.
I'm talking today. So I picked up a book. I went to Half Price Books, and I saw this book and just got super excited. So it's just a paperback book. It's called Abduction: Human Encounters with Aliens. So delving in today on a particular abduction tale, but it's multiple tales. It's this woman's life as written, or her experience as multiple ones in the duration of her life. That John E. Mack is the author of the book that he wrote down, and he is the regressionist, the interviewer that took her through these and worked with her. And it's her story from their sessions, and it's fucking awful. I am ready to speak these words and be done with them. And I want to throw a trigger warning out. It's alien abductions. There's territory that comes with that. There's a lot of violating type elements, lack of control, things like that. If you are sensitive to that, or even just abduction in general, doesn't even have to be aliens, you might want to sit this one out. And for those of you that can handle it, just know it's intense. Like I'm so uncomfortable because I read it and then I had to write it all down. And so I've gone through this twice, and I'm not looking forward to going through it a third time.
I'm excited to hear it for the first time, but you make a very good point. As with all of our spooky sods, we're throwing out a general warning to people that if something starts heading in a direction that you feel like you may not be comfortable with, some of these stories are straight out of people's lives, and it deals with real life stuff, and that, as we all know, is the real monster. So tread lightly, tread with caution, and with that out of the way, I am talking to you today about doppelgangers.
Fuck yeah, I'm ready.
And I have some general background, as well as a little bit of information from how other cultures view this, what they could be, what do they want from us. And the best part is a couple of stories from people who have experienced this.
I'm ready. I'm super stoked. Who goes? How do we want to do this?
We're gonna have to flip a snack, bitch.
Let me see what I've got. I don't have a snack.
I've got a soda lid.
Okay.
Do you want the inside, like the concave butthole of it, or do you want the outside top?
the prolapsed butthole.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were just immediately picking that.
I'll settle with it.
Okay. Whenever there's a choice, I'll take the prolapsed butthole. Flip, and we've got concave butthole.
All right, so it's you.
All right. Which might be nice because it'll be a nice, gentle intro before we don't want to just start off super heavy because, to my understanding, Macy, your story is a little heavy. Indeed,
it's heavy.
So
yeah.
Doppelgangers, from the German double walker or double goer. And the phrase double walker in itself gives me the willies.
Yeah.
So all in all, they are a copy of a living person without sharing any kind of biological DNA, I guess. So your identical twin, you can't be like, technically, they're my doppelganger, because it's somebody who is completely unrelated to you. But it's more than just looking like somebody. A lot of times, I'm sure you've had a friend be like, I saw your doppelganger today. No, you didn't. You saw somebody who looked like me. And hopefully not my true doppelganger, because more than just looking like you, they share your memories and your life experiences.
Yeah, it's weird.
And it's sort of unclear whether or not this is something that is actually learned through them kind of growing up through your eyes or having their own identical experiences, or if it's some kind of mirroring, sort of like an upload of sorts of your information into like this blank canvas. Possibly the reasoning for all this is possibly a method of disarming, or to make the doppelganger the doppelganger or to make the doppelganger appear more human and able to easier integrate itself into our world and our lives. So something interesting about them is it's generally accepted that doppelgangers have no reflection and they cast no shadow. They will try to manipulate you into harmful situations or give you poor guidance, telling you to do bad things, suggesting you do harmful things to yourself or others, or just generally kind of constantly being like, stick your finger in that outlet, quit your job and don't get another one for no reason, whatever is going on is bad advice. They also bring with them the promise of death or illness. Seeing your friend or them seeing you is typically a sign of deadly illness in the real quote unquote person. So if Macy, you saw somebody in your life, that might be a sign that they are about to succumb to some kind of illness. And if someone said, I saw your doppelganger, and it truly was your doppelganger, you may want to look out. However, seeing yourself is an omen of death.
That's always what I've heard, is that a couple of things. Either you're going to die or you see them and you go insane.
You can't handle it. It's like, and that actually goes along with one of the theories that I have of to what they may be. We'll get there. So some folklore. I cannot get into all of the folklore of doppelgangers throughout different cultures, because most, if not all, cultures ever have had this type of entity, such as the Norse Vandanger, I believe. I don't know. A copy that carries out the motions of the one it copies ahead of time. So sightings usually include looking out in the field and you see Macy trotting along. She's collecting sticks, right? And then you're like, oh, there's Macy doing her thing. And then you come out later and you see her doing the exact same thing, picking up the same stick in the same location. If you were to call out to her, it would very much be her. It'd be really her. However, that first apparition, I guess, would have been a foretelling of events. Sometimes it is completely harmless like that. And if you were to say, hey, Macy, I see you picking up sticks, they're just nothing. They completely ignore you. They don't interact with you. Other times it's a little darker as, seeing someone seeing someone's demise happen, and there's not really anything that you can do about it. Let's see. The Indigenous American Hopi believed in two mirror worlds. The word mirror is in my story a lot today, and I can never quite get that one right. I apologize. But there is the upper world and the underworld. We live in the upper world, where the underworld is a sick and hellish and twisted version of our world. So there is a Charlye in the underworld. There is a Macy, but it's sort of this. It's like the
parallel
original
universe.
Exactly, it's the original evil twin, and sometimes these other selves can kind of slip through and become, I guess, a part of our world, or maybe they're just passing through. Another interesting thing about this is it doesn't always have to be people. It can be situations, or, the origin of sadness and fear and all these awful things that sort of leak over. There's a particularly famous story that involves Abraham Lincoln.
Oh.
Actually seeing what he believed to be a doppelganger, or what people have read his writings on and heard the story about and said, oh, that's a doppelganger. So famously, he once looked into a mirror and saw two of himself. The only difference being that one was much, 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 much more pallid than the other. And I find this interesting because, as we've discussed, doppelgangers allegedly have no reflection.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah. So it's my belief that he didn't necessarily witness a reflection, but instead saw into something parallel through the mirror.
Maybe.
Which is
mirrors do have that window.
I was going to say, I believe that, dude. And maybe he's seeing a version of himself. Why he's super pale is, I don't know.
It could be just the hellscape, like the other alternative one.
And he's just the one that's not doing so hot. Also, his wife at the time apparently believed this to be a sign. She said, what did she say? She said that she thought the vision, she interpreted it as he would be elected to another term, but he would, because the reflection was so pale and so sickly, he would succumb to death shortly after, which actually we know how that ended up. And less famously, we have the story of Gary Sudbrink. And in that story,
I had a feeling you were going to bring this up.
I can't not, because I think this is truly just weird doppelganger shit. A lot of the times it's not even necessarily like they're gonna come into your room with an axe and murder you.
It's unsettling in its pointlessness. It's
weird shit. But in that story, Gary's brother was driving to the wedding, or a wedding, and he recounted later that he saw himself pull up next to him in a different car. Which the idea of a doppelganger having to go and rent a car from Hertz or something is hilarious to me. But he pulls up next to him in a car and he starts pulling all kinds of weird faces at him. Just scrunching his face up and
the gurning man.
Yeah, just making weird faces. And then he just sped off into the distance, and we never hear from that entity again. He never comes back.
That storyline's over.
Yeah. That was that's his creation. All he was supposed to do was pull up next to a dude, make weird faces, and breeze off into the sunset.
So fucking weird.
What are they? Who are they? What do they want from us, right? Some people see them as evil twins, but where they come from is undecided. Think about the movie Us. Did you see Us?
No, I've been waiting to watch it with you.
Okay, so I'm not giving anything away because the trailer shows you, and the whole name of the movie shows you that it's this family that is come into contact with some people that look just like them. There are some people who think that perhaps DNA manipulation or stem cell research or something of that nature has led to someone actually sharing some kind of experience with you and growing into you as a person. Now, there's always this extraterrestrial tie-in. Some people believe that doppelgangers are the result of abductions and what is done with the collected DNA that they get from us. A step further kind of takes us down into this idea that the fully formed adults that are in our image, I guess, are seeking us out to learn from us. That's why people sometimes see their doppelgangers, is because this, it's kind of sad almost. They're essentially children trapped in these semi-catatonic states because they didn't like grow up. They just, boom, they're fully fledged, fleshy adults, and they get dropped off. Others believe that it's a little more sinister, that once they find us, the goal is to replace us, which I kind of get behind, because if the aliens are here to learn about us, I don't think they're dropping off this innocent person. I think they want more insight. They want someone to live the human experience and maybe report back. And my personal favorite, the parallel universe kind of theory, that we're somehow able to catch glimpses of our other selves, not in a supernatural way, like through mirrors or anything like that, but in a very, like a scientific, there are multiple universes, endless amounts of universes and things like that.
Glitch in the Matrix kind of shit.
That kind of shit, yeah. And there is a book by Brian Greene, who is a physicist at Columbia University, called The Hidden Reality, Parallel Universes, and Deep Laws of the Cosmos, but that states that it is a fact that we all have multiple doppelgangers, which freaks me out.
Here's the thing. I don't know if I would actually... Because I don't have much experience. Like, I know what I look like in photos and whatnot, but like kind of, and I know that sounds a little strange. I don't know if I saw someone walking down the street, if I would even be able to know for sure. I think I would have a hard time telling, because I don't see myself in action, moving and talking and making expressions very much. I don't have much experience with that. And so I almost wonder sometimes, if I saw someone who did look just like me, if I would notice.
And another level of that is, what are they always wearing what you're wearing that day? Do they always have your particular hairstyle? If I went, did my doppelganger chop its hair off when I chop mine off? Like, do we look exactly the same all the time? Because that seems unlikely, unless it is a little bit more of a supernatural tie-in. I have 2 stories from the web, the internet. And this first one's called I Saw My Fiancé. This is from Reddit, by the way. This tells the story of, who is it? Dimples, who says, this is about 10 years ago. I was pregnant with my son, and my fiance and I were watching television. He got up to go smoke a cigarette in the bedroom. I continue to watch the movie, while in the corner of my eye, I see a hand waving at me. When I looked over, I saw my fiance smiling with a white t-shirt and blue jeans on, which was not what he was wearing before. I asked him what he was doing, and he ran into the kitchen. Really quickly, he popped his head out from the other side of the kitchen, to which I asked him once again what he was doing. He ran all over the kitchen and the living room, and the entire time he was laughing. Eventually, he shoots down the hallway towards the bedroom. At this point, I get up to follow him, and I go into the bedroom, and I ask him what the hell his problem was. I'm pregnant and tired and hormonal, and he looked up at me with just his boxers on, so no white t-shirt, no jeans, and he asked me what the hell I was talking about. I was so freaked out, I tried to explain what I saw, and he basically blames it on the pregnancy hormones and asked her if she was hallucinating. I went back to the living room and sat down. For some reason, the spirit or whatever didn't give me any negative energy, but the way he was just running around the entire time, trying to peek out and smiling and laughing, was not like my fiance. He's not a very happy-go-lucky type of person, and it would have been strange for him to play with me like this. And to me, that is more true doppelganger stuff. No explanation.
Yeah, well, and it's childlike, you were saying, like that. It's weird. It's like not fully developed mentally.
And that is what it gives the creepy air to a doppelganger to me, at least in the way that we typically talk about doppelgangers. Because I think when most people say doppelganger, they're either referring to somebody who looks just like you and it has nothing to do with supernatural, or they're talking about this type of doppelganger, not necessarily other dimensions and shit like that, but just like this entity that looks like someone, and they pull this weird fucking shit. The next one I have is from Border Jumper. This bizarre experience happened 3 days ago. And then it says, trust me, it's worth reading. Okay. So my fiance called me, and this one freaks me out because there's a comment that somebody left on it that makes a lot of sense and is just strange. So yesterday, my fiance called me saying that she had the day off and that she wanted to hang out in my apartment in the afternoon. I told her to visit me after 5 because I was in town nearby. I was running late, and on top of that, I got a flat tire on my way home. The trip seemed slower than normal, and I didn't get home till about 5:30. My fiance's car was outside, but she wasn't inside. I went ahead and opened... Oh, but she wasn't inside the car. I went ahead and opened the door to my apartment, and to my surprise, she was sitting in my living room. I asked her how she got inside. I had never given her a key, so maybe I had left the front door open. She completely freaked out on me and told me that I had received her when she showed up. She wanted to know how I had gotten outside. Why was I wearing different clothes? She started crying and yelling and telling me that the joke wasn't funny. While crying, she claimed that I received her at the door, and I met her with a very aggressive and distant manner. I normally receive her with kisses and grabbing her butt. She says that I told her I had just woke up from a nap in a deeper than normal voice, and my eyes seemed irritated and red. When she asked me, the other me, why my car wasn't parked in the lot, I told her to sit down and just walked off towards the restroom. Seconds later, she heard the car parking and me knocking on the front door. That's why she was freaking out so bad, and she thought it was some kind of joke until she saw me freak out and tell her I was not playing a joke. Mysteriously enough, I noticed that day that my favorite old blue soccer jersey was gone.
Whoa, that's creepy. I don't like it actually coming in and like needing some of your clothes to wear.
Coming in and be like, okay, what's his? I'm going to put on something.
Ew.
It's like mimicry, more mimicry. My fiance hates everything related to mystery and horror and wouldn't play along with something like this. So she completely freaked out and doesn't ever want to return to my apartment again. I might end up telling her that it's a joke just so she stays unaffected. I might have had weird experiences before, but nothing like this. The only plausible explanation to me is that it might be a doppelganger, or perhaps some kind of matrix glitch where it is another me. I do know that some people in this town have claimed to see me, claiming that I have been in places that I knew that I was not. I'm starting to consider that person exists. But how does he look like me enough for my fiance to confuse us? And what are the chances of him stalking me? I did used to wear that jersey a lot. Perhaps it's another me. So I think he's saying it somehow knew that it was his favorite, or had been watching him and was like, oh, he wears that a lot. I'm going to take it. So that's his story. And the comment that I come to says, one day you'll find your jersey and you'll put it on for the memories. You'll have an argument with your girlfriend and go out for drinks. The next day while napping, you'll hear a knock at the door and you'll let in your really happy, peppy girlfriend in through the front door. Grumpily, you'll tell her that you were sleeping, and then you'll just go off to the bathroom to wash your hands and face to wake up for a bit. When you come out, your girlfriend will be gone. And later when you speak to her, she'll claim she was never there. It's the time stream. Yeah, it's the time streams crossing. That's it. And the way that they phrase that, just so like that is all, is kind of like, yeah, dude, I think it was.
Then I believe in that shit. Like, it's just the weird kind of things that, it's not perfect. Reality is far from perfect,
Yeah.
Like, it's just how it works.
Maybe that's what a doppelganger is.
Maybe.
There's no actual entity that is us. It's just seeing us in a different place at a different time.
I lean to that.
Man?
I think that makes the most sense to me. Yeah. Because I am so big on glitches in the Matrix, and I really do believe in those. And that's just kind of something that makes more sense to me. So when I hear that, and maybe that's why some are fucked up and some aren't. Like, maybe you're just a fucking weirdo in some dimensions.
Yeah, you know, like maybe Gary Sudbrink's brother likes to pull up alongside people and gurn a little bit before he drives off. And one day he just happened to do it on the same street. But I kind of lean towards trickster energy or something.
Yeah.
Something that's childlike and playful. I don't know if I technically buy into the omen of death. But maybe, who fucking knows?
I do like the one that they live in a parallel hellscape and they want to take our place to get out of the hellscape. That one is just scary enough for me to be into it. I like it. It's like, wow.
I hate it. So there's your doppelganger.
I liked it.
I didn't.
I'm burning a bundle.
Question for you. If you did encounter yourself, and there was no mistaking this is Macy Fraser, in a very real world kind of way, how do you think you would react? Let's just say you saw them out on the street, but there is no denying, like they have your same, I don't know, markings or tattoo or whatever. Like
that would be a good indicator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I would want to talk to them because I believe that this can happen, you know, but I would be leery too, because I don't know what is happening. You know, if it's a time slip and they sue me, is that going to push them into insanity in that timeline? Or if they see me, are they going to flip out and try to kill me? Or do they want to take my place? I don't know, but I would want to talk to them and find out what is going on, but that's probably not wise.
You'd like run and put on a quick Halloween disguise and then come up to him. Hello,
little lady.
My name is Gary.
So Sudbrink.
Okay, one last question before we move on. Okay, what if you didn't just see them out on the street? What if you wake up in the middle of the night and they're trying to get in your house?
Well, then they probably die. Like,
you would just straight murder yourself?
If she's trying to like skulk on into my house, yeah.
What if she's not trying to skulk in your house? What if you just go into the kitchen to get some water? It's 3 a.m. You look outside and she's standing by your little porch light. Just standing there, not trying to hurt you.
I'm going to think she's a black-eyed kid. If she's truly me in a different dimension, she's going to fucking know better than to pull that kind of stunt.
That's true. Unless she was walking up to the door because she needed to get your attention for something very important and extraterrestrial-like. And then she stopped for a second because she just thought, did I lock the spaceship? And then she faces the end of a 22 or whatever. You're going to throw a fucking knife at her face.
Watch me be the bad doppelganger. Like there was a No Sleep episode like that, to where like you think, you know, it kind of flips like that. But watch me be the evil doppelganger, and I kill my doppelganger because and she's really fine, but I'm the one who's the bad one. Yeah. Whoa.
Oh. Whoa.
Well, we're only going to get worse from here.
Here we go.
So
I'm strapping in. I'm putting on my harness.
Strapping in. All right. So again, this is a chapter from the book Abduction, Human Encounters with Aliens, written by John E. Mack in 1994. So let me tell you a little bit about John E. Mack. Dude has some serious, credentials. Okay. So he's a Harvard professor. And not only that, he was the head of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner. The dude is not a hack, you know.
He's like a whack job.
No, he's highly respected, or was. He's passed since. But seriously, very respected person, one of the pioneers into regression type therapy for abductees or people who believed that, and in treating people with this kind of method who say that to help them feel better instead of like a terrified mess, you know, really examining ways to treat abductees as real experiencers and not imagination fueled things.
Tabloid fodder.
Yeah. He was like, you know what, and worked with them to go through it. And so Still, though, he was a tenured professor at Harvard Medical School, was a big deal. And a bunch of chair people in 1994, I'm assuming like before this book was published, really weren't liking what he was doing. And they opened an investigation on him in Harvard to look into the validity of what he was doing, because they deemed it irresponsible to be writing anything from a clinical sense that could suggest that life outside of Earth is real.
Huh.
So knowledge of this committee, it was supposed to be, I think, kind of clandestine, got out, and it drew some scrutiny because people, like other faculty peers of him in different, like even Harvard Law School, like people he knew and whatnot, thought it was really shitty. He was having an investigation opened against him for his work, when those are usually saved for like conduct or ethics violations, like bad things. But they were opening this investigation when he was just doing his work. So after 14 months of investigation, he was cleared. Essentially, the dean took no action against him, and all was good. But like, he was really, that's all to say, this was taboo. And, it still is to a lot of people, but even more so then. And he really figured out and worked extensively on working with these patients, taking their stories in. And, I couldn't find, I assume he believed them, but it didn't really matter. It didn't matter if he believed them or not. He took down their stories. He worked with them through it. And this is one of those stories. This is chapter 7 in the book. And it's titled, If They Would Ever Ask Me. And this, her name is Catherine. So I'm going to be calling John E. Mack. I'm just going to refer to him as Mack for the rest of this. So if I just say Mack, that's who I'm referring to. So Catherine reached out to Mack in March of 1991 because she had just some strange images in her mind, like kind of like memories, but kind of not. These unexplained dreams. This strange incident on a road had recently occurred, and she had some missing time from it. And she wanted to contact him because by that point he was a contactable person for this kind of thing. So her first hypnotic regression session that she did with him, she was honestly like apologetic before she even got going, because she was like, I don't even know if I have anything for you. Like, I might just be wasting your time. But here's, the first session, this is what she recalled, and it's nothing quite to the caliber that she gets to, but it's also because she was young. So in this, her first one, she's 9.
Whoa.
Yeah, that she can recall. She's 9 years old, and she's paralyzed in her room, and this strange creature comes behind her and grabs her, and there's nothing she can do. And it had long, cool fingers that were bigger at the tips, so kind of like the bulbous kind of fingers.
That.
So
E.T.
another
fingers.
thing, and there's a lot of those in here. Another thing that came to her mind was a dream that she had in 1990. She was visiting her mom's in Alaska, and her mom lived out kind of in the middle of nowhere in Alaska. And she recalled the ship with curved walls and this strange fish tank in a room. And it feels like it's not a dream, but that's what she refers to it as, because what else would it be? So that's kind of the first session. And, and Matt kind of says, you know what, call me in a week. You might have other memories surface, because apparently that's something with hypnotic regression, is that like the week following, things will just come to you, and it opens up that, and it can come through. And so he said, give me a call. Well, she didn't call him back. And so he calls her, and she was like, look, I just feel foolish. Like, I didn't remember anything else. And she was applying for new jobs at the time. She was just kind of busy. And she was like, I just didn't think it was worth the effort. So 9 months goes by, and she then writes him a letter saying that the memories came to her. And memories might be too strong of a word, but it didn't feel fake either. And so the one that really came to her very strongly was what happened that 1999 time when she was in Alaska, seeing the ship, and she remembered seeing it in her field in her mom's house, and it didn't feel like a dream. And then she found a straight scar under her chin, and she couldn't figure out where it came from. And she was just thinking about it a lot after these 9 months, and just decided the peace of mind was worth it to try to just figure out what's going on. So In the duration of 8 months following this, Mack has 5 sessions with Catherine. And he also spoke to her all in between those sessions. And what follows in my topic and how the book is laid out is what goes on in these 5 sessions, to where he investigated her memories. And I do want to say again, some of this is pretty fucking disturbing and just unpleasant. So Catherine grew up in Oregon, around Portland and kind of suburbs. They moved a lot because her dad traveled with his work. He was a surveyor. And her childhood was not easy. Her dad was injured and he wasn't able to work as a surveyor anymore when she was very young. And so he just really turned into an alcoholic and did odd jobs, but was just very angry. Like, for instance, one night he got drunk and she didn't want to clean her room. So he burned all of her belongings in the dumpster. Like, very bad situation. And she,
like, abusive emotionally
bad.
And kind of,
yeah.
Okay, wow.
And there was a smattering of sexual abuse with a family, a quote unquote friend, when she was 4. So there's something with abductees that's very common is trauma in upbringings, childhood. There's a lot of theories as to that, but she fits that with this. So her mother, her name was Susan, was a teacher, and she had seen a UFO herself when she was in college. And she had kind of an interest in them. And she was pretty open to Catherine's stories, just talking about it. Like, she had interest in it. She didn't, just shut it all down or anything like that. So the first, I'm sorry, I said the other one when I might have been a little confusing. I said the first memory when she was 9. That's not her first abduction memory. That was just kind of the first thing she remembered, that first regression session. So her first abduction memory is when she was about 3.
Oh.
And she remembered waking up in the middle of the night and there's this thing backlit in her bedroom window, a light coming behind it, a blue light. And she since kind of realized it must have been quite tall or floating, because it was a trailer house and her window was actually pretty high off the ground. And it had she couldn't see the legs or anything, but she could see a very thin torso, spindly. And it had the classic eyes, almond shaped, big black eyes, thin mouth. Its head, she said, was like an inverted teardrop. And not much of a nose, just like a little bump. But there were some nostrils, but they were quite small. And not wearing any clothes or anything. And it didn't seem to be any color, just ashy,
Okay, so kind of like classic grays.
Grays, man. And that's what most of her encounters are. And so there was this bluish cast to him. But her mom did say, and I liked that he included this, the trailer park that they lived in at the time did have blue floodlights. So that could be from that, but she does talk about more blue lights in her other recollections. So they levitated her. The being that was looking at her passes into her room through the wall, and the beam does as well, levitating her out of bed. And she says in the interview here, she starts to, and I'll jump back and forth because, these are her memories, but I cut to her experiences in retelling them, and they're usually quite upset. In her retelling, she starts to become very terrified. And she says, it's like the monsters are coming to get me, but they're real and there's nothing I can do about it. I was crying for my mom, but I couldn't move. The words wouldn't come. So at this time, the beings have done something to like calm her down.
Yeah.
And she was passing through the living room and she sees 5 or 6 of them scuttling all over the room, just looking at shit. Just like picking things up. And she recalls one of them picking up a teacup and looking at it, really inspecting it and putting it down. And like, they're just looking at shit all in her stuff in her living room and whatnot. And then they all snap together in this organized line. And Catherine is floated through the front door to a ship in the field. And in the weeks following this session, she recalls more things. And she wrote a letter to Mack. And this is what she says. So it's very strange. Once on the ship, there were more kids, 5 or 6 of them, kind of all under the age of 10 or so. And this woman was there, like a human looking woman, walked in and asked if they wanted to play. And she's 3 years old and sleepy. And she says, oh, okay. She didn't really know what's going on. And so she had this like nursery school teacher vibe, this woman on the ship. And Catherine seemed to be the youngest by a good bit. She's only 3, but every one of them were under 10. So the woman then goes and she gets this metal floating like ball, which can be controlled by this stick that's like a remote. It's like a rod kind of thing. So she passes it to the kids and they're like ramming it into shit and they can't control it. And it's just kind of chaos, but she seems to be amused by it. And then it gets to Catherine, and maybe just because she's instinctual and childlike, she's able to kind of use it. And she's not like a master at it, but she's able to stop it and kind of do things with it just a little bit to kind of control it, because she, in her 3-year-old memory, remembers you have to concentrate. It's not just on the ball. You have to concentrate on you. And the woman takes it from her, and then she says, and this is creepy to me, "You've all done very well. We're very pleased with all of your individual progress." And that's all she remembers. First one. So,
ew, the implications.
I know. So now we're getting into the next thing. So she recalls, this is when she was 9 years old, and it kind of, this session or this memory kind of really abruptly came up. So, in this session, he was just kind of asking, and she was just kind of talking about what she remembered of this day. She was 9 years old, and she remembered walking with a friend. They were selling candy door to door. And she remembered she had an uncomfortable, like weird shaped blister on her finger, on her left hand, and it was hurting carrying the candy boxes. And that kind of hit her. It kind of seemed like it led her into this memory. So just remember the blister on the finger. So this friend that she was staying with had a neighbor apparently that kept peacocks down like this alleyway. Like you had to kind of walk between, and you'd go find these peacocks. And Catherine remembered like the week earlier, it just kind of recalled the blister and the peacocks. Like, wait a minute, I remember a week prior, I went to see those peacocks. And while being at a friend's house, she snuck out and she really wanted to see the peacocks. And she went to this house, and it was raining and it was muddy, and she was throwing pebbles at the peacocks to like try to make them puff up with their tails, And she saw this, as she says, little white thing, which was a small man with a big head, big eyes, no hair. And he tells her he wants to take her somewhere, but because of taught stranger danger, she says no. She tries to run, but he puts his hand on her and she's frozen immediately. She can't move. Oh. Here during the session, Catherine starts to cry in like a scared childlike way and says, "I don't know him and he's going to take me anyway." So they float up, and she starts seeing the ground disappearing, and all she can think is, that's not supposed to happen. This isn't supposed to happen. I don't understand this. This isn't right. And they pass through the hole in the bottom of a ship, and he still has his hand on her, so she can't really move or anything like that. And she thinks about trying to hit the being, and he finds it amusing. And then she can understand that he can hear her, and that's how they communicate. All of the communication she has with this being, she's typically frozen and it's in her head. She can't move her mouth. So that's just like when I say there's dialogue and whatnot all throughout this, it's in her mind. So she's really scared and doesn't really know what's going on. And he leaves and comes back with some sort of instrument, and she's scared and asks what he's going to do with it. And he says he's going to make a little cut. And she asks why. And he replies, "We need a sample." She's very upset now in a very childlike way. Why? Do they need to do this? Why does it need to be her? And he says it's for scientific research. And she asks, "Well, cut something else, like not me, And he says, "Because we need blood." And he cuts the fourth finger on her left hand and removed the blood with some sort of dropper-like thing. And once he's finished, she asks him why he did this. And he says, "Because they're researching our planet and how they can stop the damage that we are doing to it." And she says, "I don't know about that." And he replies, "You'll learn." He takes her back to the ground and tells her that he will be back for her. So this is really frightening to me. So in the alley, as soon as he lets go, she just starts running, and the memory starts fading immediately. She runs the short way to her friend's house, like just around the corner. And by that point, she's just thinking she was just outside, like for something, like it was already gone. And the only thing was, I do too. And it was only about 15 minutes, and no one seemed to have noticed that she was gone. So here's where we start getting into the unpleasantries. She then starts going into the 1999 or 1990 Christmas dream in Alaska, where she remembers a spaceship out in the field. And this one goes over 2 sessions because she was too distressed. Like it was too much and they stopped it and then picked it up in the next regression. So, and it's very interesting too, because I don't want to use the word tricks, but it kind of is that you can use during hypnosis to calm a patient and still make them go through the memory, but in like a stepped back state. It's very interesting. So she remembers waking up and walking down the hall. At this memory, she's 16, I believe. And she's walking down the hall late at night, and out the window, she just sees a craft in the field. And she's only wearing a large t-shirt, like one you just sleep in. And despite that, she's compelled to pull on boots and a coat and go out into the fucking Alaskan winter at night. And in the regression and her retelling, she starts getting really anxious here. And she doesn't want to open the door to go outside. She starts to recall that her body starts going numb, like Novocaine, real heavy. And she's opened the door and she sees there are these little creatures out by the ship. They're all in a row. They're all exactly the same size. And they have a soft gold glow to them. And there's no clothes, even in the cold. They're not clothed. At the time she starts retelling this, she's frantically panicked and sobbing. It's already starting to surface up, and Mack's having to comfort her through this quite a lot. They crowd around her in a semicircle. They have no hair, big heads, no nipples, like nothing like that makes, and no expressions at all, nothing. And
ew.
So then, she's going towards the ship, and in her like real. So here's the thing. I'm going to say in her session when I mean her in current time, her real reaction telling the story. I just want to make that clear. So in her session, she says, "I know I went in there, but I don't want to go in there." And she's terrified to go back into the ship. And Mack suggests a trick that you can do of sending a spy, which is like a puppet thing. And she can send it in her place. And it will be her eyes, and no one can see it. And its eyes can be closed unless she wants to open them. And she agrees to this. She's like, okay. So they send the spy up the ramp. And the spy gets into this metallic like entryway almost. There's not really anything in it. You can see a door to other rooms. But then at this point, Catherine just decides, no, I'm going to do it. So she goes. And she turns and sees a room that she knows that she goes into. And she says, all she wants to do is look at it. She doesn't want to go in. And Mack suggests send the spy, and she does so. And there's this room full of panels and instruments, not like what we have though, not like computer walls or anything like that. And the middle of the room, there's a table, a big table. And then there's another being, a taller one. And, it's referred to as the examiner. Oh. And so she's floated into the room and she's put on the table, and she feels like she's done this before at this point, but she's still obviously terrified. And the examiner looks at her like a specimen, a thing, like no compassion, no any sort of recollection at all that there's a conscious mind in her at all. She's just a thing.
Like an ant.
Yeah. And so at this time, they end this specific narrative because she's getting too distressed. And so, as she's kind of pulling back he's like, all right, well, we don't have to keep going with this story. Just what do you see? And she recalls that their necks are so slim. It's amazing that they even can hold their heads up. And their bodies are really frail. Like they're very delicate little things, and they're just very spindly and thin. So
I am thinking of the South Park aliens.
Yeah, and I don't like them.
It's very pointy and thin.
Mm-hmm. So once out of the session, Catherine really starts grappling with what this means. And, she was saying, like, I thought that I was making it up maybe until she started crying. Like the intense, just guttural reactions that come from her in these regressions and telling these memories don't sit right with her because she's not that way. She's not really even prone to crying or anything like that. And they're such intense, serious emotions. And she says it's strange. It's not remembered like a real, here's quotes, I don't remember it like a real memory as I remember in going to work yesterday. Oh God, this idea scares me. And so she's starting to really think like, what if this is real? And it's not just in her head. So
yeah.
She starts to say, like, I'm willing to admit it is not all in my imagination. My reactions to other things make more sense if this happened. I'm not like a totally irrational person, which is kind of a relief. It doesn't seem like a dream. It's more real than a dream, but not as real as me talking to you. Later, she says, I don't think I would be sobbing for no apparent reason if there wasn't something there. I'm not given to bursts of tears for no reason. At this point, she just felt very sad for herself for being violated. And she says, I didn't want to leave that front door, but I didn't have a choice. They can just make me do it, whatever they want. So session 4 rolls around and they pick up where they left off, kind of retracing her entering the ship. She goes back on the room. She's on the table. The examiner is looking at her just like a frog to dissect, like in a science class. And there's all these other little grays milling about. They're doing jobs, like pulling levers and shit. Like, but they move in a very lithe and graceful manner, apparently very quiet. And they're very smooth and fluid with their movements. And Catherine, pretty much right out of the gate, starts to become immediately very, very distressed again because they start the procedure. So essentially, I'm not really going to sugarcoat it. She gets put in stirrups like in a pap smear situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she's just inspected by the examiner. It stares at her face. It stares at her genitals, like just all over, just checking her out. And it puts a hand on her leg and she remembers it just being uncomfortably cold, just unpleasantly cold. And so in her distressed sobs, she tells this story of this cone-like instrument being inserted into her too far up. She said it doesn't feel right, almost like in her intestines, like it's too far. It's cold and it's uncomfortable. She says it doesn't hurt, but it's not supposed to be there. They didn't even ask me. And that broke my heart. Like that's just awful and she, she's saying, she's repeating that and they didn't even ask. And she feels the instrument is taking samples from her ovaries, her, cervix, fallopian tubes, everything. It's just taking samples and whatnot. And they remove the instrument and the examiner hands it to a shorter gray who takes it away. After doing this, he kind of just looks down at her. She remembers, like, just kind of like, all right, what next? And then pulls out this metal flexible tube and pushes it up her nostril. And she says like 6 inches or so. And Mack is like, well, that would have gone into your brain. And then she says, that's what it was supposed to do. The instrument, she remembers it put it up her nostril as far as it could until it met resistance. And then the examiner just broke it through. And she remembers hearing it break in her head. And in the session, she's very upset here. And she says, I'm wondering what they broke. I don't know the anatomy. And he broke something to get it through to get to my brain. I don't know what it was. And I want to know if it's going to heal. The examiner stares up at her. He, at this point, he's like, all right, well, experiment is kind of over. And, she gets this feeling like it does not care if she lives or dies. It would be upset if she died because the experiment would be fucked up. Yeah. They have a lot of work put into her, but that's it. And she picks up that it just feels utterly superior. Like not even on the same, like how we feel about like fleas, like just not even the same thing. She feels very helpless. There's no control in this situation. She's taken off the table and she's led into a silhouette of a dark room that she doesn't want to go into. And so she and Mack have this exchange. Mack asks, what's causing the blackness now? And quietly she says, I don't want to know. And he asks, you don't want to know? Or you do want to know? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. And she says, I want to know, but I think it's too scary. And Mack says, what happened in there that's too scary? And she says, what I saw in there is too scary. So she doesn't want to go in, and they send the spy in. And this time with the rule that it can go in with a flashlight and only turn it on 2 seconds at a time. So that's all. And so it's just a quick look and then it'll turn it off. So they do so a couple of times, and this is what they see. So this room has a large wall of uniform glass tanks, about 40 of them. And each one facing forward and center is a small gray-like creature like them, but a bit deformed looking, suspended in liquid. And she says they look like dolls in plastic cases at a store, all lined up in center like that. And
ew, is it like an alien human hybrid?
Oh, get ready, dude. So she's taken back into the room and given her clothes, sent down the ramp into to the door and put to bed. And after this session, she says, I don't think it's a dream, but I don't think I was supposed to remember. That's why it doesn't seem real. I don't think I want to believe it, but I do remember it. It scares me to think that it's real. So 1991, this is the driving incident, the one I touched on further that really made her reach out to him because something was strange that happened on this night drive that she took. So it was February of 1991, and Catherine got off work and had this strange compulsion to go to a drive, just go on a drive, a nighttime drive. And she would do that, now and again, but she went north. And it was kind of like she was compelled to do so. And she became lost. And eventually came to this wooded area, and she didn't want to go into it. But there was like this, oh, but you have to go into it. The highway's on the other side kind of thought that she had. And so she goes and starts driving through these woods, and her body goes numb and her car stops. And a being appears at her driver's side door, opens it, and she feels long, thin fingers, only 3 fingers on each hand, start touching her, and it gets her out of the car. And they rise up into the ship in this diagonal manner. And she's in the retelling, very upset. She has no control. She starts getting very distressed again, and they can do whatever they want with her, whatever they want to do. She's not the master of her own will. And she's taken into the ship, and she says, everyone should be able to see it too. And I don't know why they can't. It's got lights all over it. It's just silver and metallic. It's fucking huge. And no one else can see it. And she doesn't know why. It's not in space. It's in our atmosphere. So there are 4 beings there. And they start grappling at her clothes to start removing them. And she thinks angrily because she can't stop or can't talk. Stop it. I'm perfectly capable of doing this myself. Thank you. And the beings get annoyed with her. And she also thinks, why don't you just rent a porno? And they don't understand. They don't know what a sex, they don't get voyeurism. They don't know what that means. So Catherine, naked, is led to a massive room the size of an airplane hangar. And it's full of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tables with hundreds of people on them.
Nope. Oh,
and all having various procedures being done. Hundreds of people. She thinks at least 100 to 200 for sure. So she was put on a table, and there's a guy to her left. It doesn't say what he's getting done, but there is someone there. But she sat upright, and a small gray starts counting the vertebrae in her spine. And she's just repulsed by the touch, and she hates it. And she mentally asks, what the hell is that for? And it says, to make sure everything is okay. She says, well, I could have told you that. And they feel all over her. And the whole time she's screaming mental questions why they're doing this. And they say, there may be some things you don't know about. A taller one comes over and implies she's asking too many questions and she needs to cooperate. And what they're doing is necessary, not bad. And she just thinks that's fucking bullshit. And the tall one forces her to stare into his eyes, and it just knows everything about her. It knows what she's thinking. It can answer her questions before she's done asking them. And it starts to beat her down into the fake sense of calm, but she's fighting it. And she's trying to struggle with it. And, she says, you don't care about me at all. And it disagrees and says, oh, it does. It cares about her. And she doesn't believe that, but it's winning. It's starting to calm her down. And she could tell it's frustrated with having to work harder than normal, to have to do this and fight back with her. And she says, you don't know what care is. And it says, we do. We just don't feel it as intensely as you do. And she's then told it's time. And they have to take it out. So a being comes by with a cart containing a tank, similar to what she saw earlier in a previous room. And her feet are put back up in stirrups like they were before. And at this time, Mack, he has to like help her breathe because she's like she can't breathe. She's hyperventilating at what, she's this memory. And he says it was the most difficult few minutes he ever had to work with her, just because the emotions were everything: rage, sobs, hysterics, panting, like everything all at once. And she's getting this story out. And this time, another metal device inserted in, but this time she feels it cutting internally. And she quotes saying, oh God, I can feel him taking it. I can feel him cutting. And he removes this hunk of flesh, which is about the size of a fist, looks somewhat like a fetus, but it has eyes like theirs. It's put on the cart and with the tank and taken away. So the examiner tells her she should be proud, and she's mad. And she says, I'm a glorified incubator. You fucking lied to me, you bastard. You don't care about me. And he says, no, I do. And she continues to just rage. And he comes over again and makes her look into his eyes to do the control thing. And he says, why are you making this so difficult for everyone? And she says, why have you fucking ruined my life? And he says, we haven't ruined it. You won't even remember it. So he puts a hand on her head, and she's still arguing, but she starts losing again. And she says, how many humans have you done this to? And it replies, a very large number. He leaves. And the little ones get her off the table and start walking her back. And she sees all of these other people, and she wants to riot and do something, but she just can't. She can't do anything but be escorted. And the little ones, they start trying to like help her with her clothes. And she shouts at them like, they're my fucking clothes. Let me put them on. And they keep like kind of like fumbling around, but she can tell they're leery of her. They don't like the aggression. It makes them nervous because they're not used to that intensity of emotion. They don't feel like we do. They're beyond the need for emotions of that sort. And they don't know what to make of them. And so without a tall one around, they get nervous. And she notices that. Like when she rages at them and shit, unless there's a tall one, they kind of start freaking out a little bit. So she's floated down into her car, which was unlocked, wide open, keys in it. And she's already forgetting. And she remembers she's driving out of the woods, and she had just turned around, which, she turned around, but she's inexplicably nervous, and 45 minutes have passed. So that all happened in only 45 minutes. So since this time, she's tried to develop this mantra of no fear, because she thinks that she gets further with them. She's been abducted many times, and this is not all of her times since this time. But that's kind of what she does now. And so this last regression is highly unusual and completely different. So Catherine is abducted from her bedroom in her apartment complex. She's passed through a wall, and she asks them not to harm her cat. And she's taken up into the ship. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just so sucked in. I'm so sucked in. And I'm thinking, like, at this point, it's almost as if, even though she doesn't have a great memory of it, there's this thing, like in psychology, where you remember something if you're in the same state of mind. So maybe when she's getting abducted, she can, I don't know if she can recall.
No, you're exactly right. I have that in here. Like that's right when she figured this out was that she realizes, like they kind of talk about it in the book, and she says the consciousness that you're shifted into during this abduction process is different. You're right. And when being put in the hypnotic regression state, it's similar. It's a very similar type of consciousness. And so that's why she can recall it. So you got it. You nailed it.
And I know, I'm a doctor. It's kind of like, it's almost like she's not resigned, but it's like she's used to it. Like the first time it happened, she's screaming and crying. And this time she's like, okay, just don't hurt my cat.
Well, she starts adopting this, you catch more flies with honey approach. And, wonder if they seem to be worse with her when she's irritated. But this specific one is when she'd been doing better, but she's not to where she says she is now. But she gets somewhere with them. So she started like at night, she would write things on her legs. Like, and one of the things she wrote was like, show me some of your language or something. Like she started trying to want to show that she wanted to learn about them in these different abductions. So during this time, after some of those things, when she's still kind of aggressive with them, which her aggression in this one is pretty comical to me, but she's better about it. And so she's taken up into a ship. She's taken out of her apartment complex, and they put her in the floor like they do. She floats up through the floor, and there's several little beings again, and they start walking her around the perimeter of the ship. And it takes a really long time, and she's irritated because she's like, why don't you just fucking beam me on the other side of the ship? I know you can do that. Like, why did you beam me all the way here? And the little beings are like irritated by her attitude. They're just like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. And so
lady, you don't understand.
Yeah, they're walking her on this ship. What she says a couple of times is interesting. The proportions of the ship don't make sense. One room might have a curved wall that's at a way more like curvature than another wall, but it's all the outer wall and it doesn't make sense. So it's like the laws of physical shape and whatnot don't apply to these.
It's bigger
ships.
On the inside.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And so they take her to a legit conference room, like a wooden desk, shag carpet, Dawn Draper conference room.
Excuse me?
She realizes this is staging. And when she realized it, everything goes away and it's a metal room. And she makes like a sassy comment like, what? And so this is how she retells what they said. And it's really funny because it's frustrated, but there's also like human recollection in here and it's comical. So this is what she said, like they said, or what she recalls. We have to have a conference. So you have to think it's a conference. So we're taking you to a conference room so you can be in a serious frame of mind instead of making your smart ass comments that you usually do.
I love that they like know her and she's like the problem patient. And they've also picked up enough like human language to speak to her that way. Like, she's fucking smart ass.
And I read that and I was like, huh. So she's put in a metal chair in front of a large screen. And she sat down in this chair, and the screen starts showing her like pictures of forests and of deserts and canyons. And she's thinking like, oh, big fucking deal. I could watch this on Nat Geo. Like, whoa. And it then starts like, and she doesn't really know what it's about, but then it starts like showing different parts of the world and then like Egypt. And it takes her back to this scene in Egypt of this man painting in a cave. He was a cave painter, like one of the hieroglyphic type tomb painters character.
Oh.
And she's watching this life, and it's her life. It's a past life. And she, while watching it on a screen, is seeing it through his eyes. And she describes in great detail everything that's going on, what the scene looks like, her memories of him and who he was. His name is Acramemnon, and Acramenon is his name. Sorry. And remembers all of it. And so they take her through these past lives and she's watching them on a screen. And then it basically ends and they ask, like, do you get it now? Do you understand? And she, as in retelling, says they use this to explain to her that everything is connected. Us to our past lives are just as connected as us to nature, and us to the beings, these grays, are just as connected as to the fucking deserts and the forests. It's all the same shit. And when we fight the beings, we fight ourselves. When we fight and destroy nature, we fight ourselves. We're just in a losing battle because in the fluidity of space, reality, dimensions, and time, we're all everything. And that's kind of the only point to this abduction, which is different from a lot of the other ones. It's like they almost were tired of fighting with her, or, maybe the efforts she had done of like asking them to show the writing and the notes on her legs and not being so aggressive, they threw her a bone. I don't really know, but, she's still quite leery of them. They're concerned about our environment. She's like, they don't give a fuck about our planet. It's just whatever experiment is going on would be ruined if we wipe it out and ourselves. And, you know, they don't care about us. It's not like that, but they have this experiment that could have been going on for tens of thousands of years. And, you know, it's just like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, like Earth is the great computer, you know, and then for millions and millions and millions of years until the fucking Vogons show up and ruin everything, you know, like it's kind of the same thing to where they've been doing this for so long. And whatever research is, and, you know, of course, part of the theory is that, you know, they can no longer procreate on their own. They've like, they're beyond that. They've evolved past that or something to where they can't do that. So they need humans and perhaps other creatures, I don't know, to foster their young and make these human hybrids. And, you know, there's other implications to where like these human hybrid, and this is not from her, it was from another chapter in the book, but these human hybrid beings or just the Greys themselves are essentially like hijacked into born infants. So an infant will be born and they'll suck the consciousness out and input a Grey's consciousness. And so a lot of the theory, or this theory in particular, was that abductees are Greys. They have the consciousness of a Grey, but the human experience makes them forget it. So they're regularly abducted and have to remember. And like, so the Greys will like reawaken that in that state and remind them like what you're supposed to be doing. And that's what the abductions are for. And that creeped me out. I didn't like that.
I don't like that, but the procreation thing makes sense because as you were talking earlier about all these people were having all these things done and the one was counting her vertebrae and things like that. I'm like, how much information can you get though from us? It's like, you kind of take a couple of samples. There's no need for this over and over and over and over and over again. Like, learn what you're going to learn.
Yeah.
But the procreation thing is like, fucking me.
It's gross.
Ooh.
So she's kind of, it's changed her. Like all of this has really changed her. She's on a completely different path now than she was. She takes part in support groups for abductees. She now has at least a master's in psychology. And it's really impacted her quite a bit. But that's Catherine's story, at least as it was in 1994.
Jesus, boys, that was rough.
Yeah, it's awful.
Also, when you were saying that they were showing her how, you know, everything's connected and you are us and we are nature.
I don't buy it.
That is what
I never
I'm
do.
sitting here screaming. I'm like, no, that is some hippie new age bullshit that you're throwing on us to make us be all like, oh, well, we must all be one. It's like, no, they're trying to fucking placate you.
Yeah, ooh. I don't buy it for a second. I really don't. And I share like how so Mysterious Universe, I think I was telling you about this. They're very adamant that they are not our friends. And I really share their sentiment on that. At least the Greys, you know, like, they're not our friends. I don't think they give two fucks about us at all. And I had the same thought when they had that. And it was like, I think they were just tired of fucking with her every time they need to check her. And they're just trying to make her not want to fight so hard.
If they truly don't care about us, why not just pop her if she's getting on your nerves?
Well, I think she's a long-running data set. I mean, they've been working with her since she was 3 years old at least. Yeah, you know,
I mean, there's also so many other people. I just think it's so weird to be like they don't care about us, but at the same time, it's like they throw us little nuggets of, you know, like he'll come over and he was indulging her in her talk. Oh, why are you doing this? How many people have you done this to? You know, why do that?
Maybe it kind of goes back to the other person's story about perhaps she's a hybrid, or perhaps she's inhabited by a Grey's consciousness and they know that and it's forgotten and they will throw it a bone now and again to help, you know, and maybe that's what the whole "we're all connected" message really meant, was that she is one of them. You know, and the consciousness of a Grey is what she is. And it was put into her when she was born. And in living on Earth, not in the same plane as them, you forget it. And I don't know.
I like to think, and I don't believe this, but I want to think this because I think it makes everything warm and fuzzy, that as they no longer can procreate and they have to use us for some of their DNA, that they are also becoming more like us, and they are beginning to have more compassion. That's the only thing that keeps me from it's a nugget of hope that like maybe they'll not kill all of us because they'll have this revelation and suddenly they'll realize they're more human than they think. Otherwise, I'm just scared to death.
Yeah, no, she makes it sound they're so far ahead of us, so far they've been around so much longer that they're spiritually they're just different. Like they're so spiritually evolved, as she puts it, that they don't have a need for our petty emotions. They're beyond that. They're like a whole thing. So they can't even really relate to us at all.
I love the short ones are just kind of running around with like chickens with their heads cut off when they don't have a tall one there to like tell them what to do.
Help them just do anything.
They're just, oh. I am imagining I just imagine them as like the minions.
Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of little drones, you know?
Yeah. Just kind of running around. Oh boy.
So there you go.
I am thoroughly fucked up.
I'm sweating profusely.
I am. My palms are very sweaty.
Yeah.
Well, dude, what do we do now? Where do we go from here?
I think here we splice in one of our interviews, just a fun one of our fun little interviews, and raise the mood back up a little bit.
Yeah. So stay tuned. We'll throw a couple of interviews at you, then we'll have our big interview with Jordyn, and then we'll probably wrap up with some listener stories.
It's gonna be a good time. Good time.
I know we have some stories coming up from our interviews about aliens. We've got some ghost stories and just some general creepy unexplainables.
So state your name for the good folks out there.
My name is Terri Loper. I'm trying not to laugh.
AKA my mom. So I'm excited for you to tell this story because we don't get very much true crime kind of stuff on here very often, and this one is kind of that way, or it sounds like it could have turned in to that kind of thing. So I'm excited to hear you tell this story and kind of go into it.
Okay, all right.
So set the scene.
Okay, this was many years ago, and Fatal Attraction movie had just been released, and at the time that was
so 80s, right? Is in the 80s, right?
Oh, no, this would have been
early 90s?
Probably. Yeah, I think this was more early 90s. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, so the movie had come out and we wanted to go see it. And there was this little town about 25 miles or so outside of where we lived that was playing it. And so we wanted to go see it. Mm. Okay, so all right. Are you going to be editing this, Macy?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no problem, I can just relax and you're going to fix it if there's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. So I'm just going to tell y'all what happened. This was one night years ago. Good. Yeah. To get to this town, you had to go through an old country highway, and it was about 25 miles to the theater. So we head out one night. We're going to go see it. So after the movie was over, we got back in the car and we're heading home. And just a little bit into the drive, we noticed this car following us. And, we were already freaked out because we had seen Fatal Attraction for the first time. And back then, I don't know if anybody hasn't seen it or
you've seen the bunny boiling.
It is very creepy. It's just creepy. These people were nuts. So we were already freaked out. So anyway, we noticed this car coming up really fast, and its headlights were on and, just coming right upon us, and we were nobody else on the road but us. It was just a long, lonesome highway, and it was dark. No street lights, nothing like this. So you had your headlights and that's about it, Okay, so he gets behind us and he shoots his lights on high beam, which anybody in Texas knows that's fighting words. Anytime you get behind somebody.
Yeah, that's an asshole move.
Yes, exactly. You put your lights on high right on somebody in the middle of nowhere at nighttime, and that's offensive, So we already knew this guy was aggressive. So he gets behind us. He puts him on a high beam, right into my rear view mirror, and he's right on us. And so then he starts pulling out, and kind of coming around us. And we were relieved. We were like, okay, whatever this is, he's going to go on. So he kind of pulls up beside us, and he starts going the same speed, that we're going. This is kind of stuff the kind of stuff you have in your nightmares, So he's going right along with us. And I look over at him, and this guy's looking at us, and he has a black ski mask on.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. I'm not kidding. I look over there, and this is Sky with a black ski mask on, just looking at us, just kind of staring at us. The only thing he didn't do was tilt his head sideways, real slow. That would have been real creepy, but he didn't do that, thank goodness.
Were you driving?
I was driving.
Okay.
I was. Yeah, it was me driving.
Okay. So how long was he? So I assume this is an old 2-lane highway, right? Like an old kind of.
It was
how
actually.
Long was he in the wrong lane?
Well, that's just it. See, there's a long stretch of this road. Let me take one of my earphones out. There's this long stretch, and it's called. You probably wouldn't remember this road. It was called the Commerce Highway, and it was just
it's
long.
Not the one that goes
stretch.
through Como and all of that, is it?
No, this is the one you would go to if you wanted to go to East Texas State, which is now A&M. If you would cut through from the back roads from our house, from Peerless area, then you would be hitting the what was called Commerce Highway, which is this road. And it was just this long stretch of a 2-lane highway, that people drove from Commerce to there. Yeah. But anyway, so
then when he was in the other lane, he was in ongoing traffic. I mean, I know there was none, but like that makes it creepier to me that in order to menace y'all and look at you, he thought it was worth it to get in the wrong lane, hold pace with you, and look at you in a ski mask.
In a ski mask in the dark. And this is a road where, all you're going to have is
how long?
Headlights. Long enough for us to be going, okay, this guy's really creepy. This is not normal. This is not just harassment. This guy is freaky, and it was freakier to me because he was by himself. It might have been easier if he had somebody with him, but the fact that he was just by himself and it was just us, it was just a creepy scene. And, all I knew to do was just to try to keep going, and get to civilization, get away from this dude, basically, and so he stayed on us. And then, we come finally to a stop sign. After he pulls up beside us and he's looking at us, that crazy look, with that ski mask on, then he slows back down and gets behind us. And I'm like, okay, there's my chance. I just kind of punch it. When I punch it, he punches it right on us. So now it's no mistake. Now it's not no accident. This dude is on us,
Right.
And so we keep going, and we finally get to this stop sign where the road stops. You hit another road. And so I just took a left, didn't stop, just kept going, and we lost him. He was gone, and that was, And so then we just kept on until we got home, but he was gone. He disappeared. I don't know if he just took a right or what, but he was gone. I outran him. I guess.
Maybe he thought you were gonna, and if he was right on your tail, he didn't have time to overcorrect and
right. It is, and I and that also made me think it was somebody who didn't know maybe that road really good. I did, but because it told me that he might not have known we were fixing to do that. But yeah. It's just one of those nights that was creepy. You can't explain it. I've often wondered who he was. I've often wondered, if he was in the movie theater with us, if he was sitting behind us.
I was wondering that too. If he picked you all,
if he picked us, right? Because it's weird. It's all scary. It's almost like he knew. He knew we had just left that scary movie. It's not like we just left shopping at the mall. We left that scary movie.
Yeah, you're already on edge watching a psychological thriller.
Absolutely. And that's a crazy one. That movie is really a crazy movie. Pretty psycho.
It's intense. Yeah, it rakes over your nerves.
Exactly. I mean, granted, if I would have been by myself, it would have been way scarier. At least I had Angela with me, we were like,
oh my God. Yeah.
I know.
A friend. I can't imagine being out there in the middle of nowhere on a 2-lane highway, being harassed by some crazy guy in a ski mask. I mean, God damn it. That's awful.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. And so when I watch scary movies and I see, scenes like that, I'm like, it takes me back. It takes me back to that night. I can actually feel how those people feel, because it's the unknown. It's scary, But that one definitely.
Well, and to me too, stories like this are always, humans are way scarier to me than ghosts. Always, any day of the week, twice on Sunday. And so it's like stories like these are really what get me.
Yeah, especially one in a ski mask.
Oh my God, that's such an unnecessary, creepy detail.
Yeah, I guess the only thing scarier than that would have been like, in a doll mask.
Oh God, yeah, like a burlap sack, like they wear in The Strangers.
Oh no, Macy, no. Oh, The Strangers. No. Yeah, that would have been absolutely. This was bad, but that would have been worse. Yeah.
Do you remember the time of year? Was it Halloween time? Could it, or was it summertime?
Yeah, you've made me think about this. It's actually made me want to Google it and kind of look up exactly what year that was. No, it was cold. I do remember that. It was cool. I remember having the windows open and it was being cool outside. So yeah, it would have been, getting colder.
Okay.
So October-ish.
Fatal Attraction came out September 11th, 1987.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Oh my
late
gosh.
80s.
Low, that's earlier than I thought. Yeah, I was thinking it was early 90s. Hand That Rocks the Cradle, that's kind of like it. That probably came out around the 90s, but okay.
Yeah, that one feels 90s. Everybody's in 90s clothes in that one.
Yeah, so if this came out to the theater in 87, yeah. Hey.
So it would have been autumn, fall time.
It sure would have been. That explains why our windows were down, why it's cooler, But anyway, that's what happened, and sometimes when I'm on a dark road by myself at night, I think about that night. It comes back to me. It did make an impact on me. It was creepy. And I've often wondered who that person was. Who was it? Never know. I'll never know.
Yeah.
But that's my scary story of the masked man chasing me.
I think it's pretty scary. I'm glad you told it.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you liked it. There's my Halloween tale.
I'm sitting here with the man himself, my partner. Go ahead and state your name for the good people out there.
Clark.
Or as we know you, Clarkey Malarkey.
Yeah. When I said my name, it felt like I was trying to say it to like one of those automated robot machines where they're like, say your name out loud. And you're like, I got to say it really clear.
Clark.
Very pronounced.
So you've actually been on the podcast before. You were on as well as Hunter. Is that the only time that you've been on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're here. Halloween time. Getting spooky. Now, I've asked everybody else this, and I know for a fact, I know your stance, and a lot of people out there listening do as well, because we talk about you. But for the record, what is your view on the supernatural?
So I don't believe in like ghosts or aliens. Would be like, I don't think we'll see them. Not like in a spiritual see them or physically see them. Like, we're not going to encounter them.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't want to poke my head up into an attic or like go down into a basement.
Yeah.
I'd say I believe in them in a primal way.
In aliens or just in supernatural in general?
Supernatural in general. Like turning off the lights and running to get under the covers or like things like that. Poke my head in an attic. I know there's going to be something up there.
So logically you're a skeptic, but instinctually you're unsure.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
And
I dare you to have anyone who says they don't believe spend some time alone in the woods.
Yeah.
Or go up into a dark attic or spend time in a creepy basement or enter like an abandoned house
haunted
or something.
mansion.
Yeah, there's just in the back of your head there's something wrong.
Yeah, the biggest skeptics out there are I think there's something that can shake them, and it has to go along with what they believe. What's the scariest thing that could possibly happen to you Would it be a ghosty thing reaching out and grabbing your leg? Or would it be something more along the lines of confirmed alien sightings, you know?
I'm super confused. So what powers can ghosts, can they actually interact with the physical world? Or can, like, they turn on and off their, like, physical interact, like, going through walls and then grabbing you? Like, what power? I mean, I don't know if I should actually be afraid of a ghost. And then, like, aliens, like, I feel like it would be the equivalent of us looking at an ant or something. Like, they're just, or like, they're nothing to us. Why even bother messing with them?
Right.
So
it's funny because Macy earlier talked about, we talked about that earlier, about how aliens out there, people have different beliefs as what they want with us or what they would want with us. And Macy was definitely more in the camp of they look at us like ants. And that's exactly the terminology I think that she used. So that's interesting that you say that. But,
or they're dumber than us.
Oh, yeah, or it could just be like a single cell, some kind of bacteria or a plant. So suffice to say, you call yourself a skeptic. However, I know that you've said that since you and I have been together, there have been some things that have happened.
Well, I mean, like, I never saw anything.
Yeah.
Like, you really can't trust your ears. You hear all that stuff about, like,
Yanny Laurel. You remember when that went around?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that.
Or the color of the dress.
Yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of... And there's so much that we understand on a scientific level, but I think we don't understand in a everyday life kind of thing. Like, we understand that there's light spectrums that we can't see.
And
right?
we're dum-dums when it comes to our own brains.
Right. Yeah. Our brains are, at the same time, they're dum-dums, but they're also completely miraculous, and the power of the mind is fucking crazy, right? So who fucking knows? But I want to ask you about a couple of experiences that we've shared. First one is the hello ghost. For those who haven't heard, there is a previous Spooky Sode, I believe, where we go into the hello ghost and we play it at the very end of the Spooky Sode. Thrice, I believe, which is even creepier than hearing it just once. But give us a recap. How do you remember that night going?
We got some, like, super cheap microphone. I don't even know how we got it.
We found it in the street.
Yeah, it was some weird... It was a really bad microphone. And we were messing around on the desktop. And then it was knocked off because it was one of those, like, long microphones.
Top heavy.
Yeah. You can vaguely hear us in the background talking. And then you hear, like, a hello.
That's a perfect mimicry of that.
And, like, I don't know... It's hard to explain because we wouldn't be saying, like, hello to the microphone that just fell. And we're vaguely talking in the background. And right before it happens, you can hear our voices, how far away we sound. And then you hear a super up close hello. So that's totally unexplained. Right. So it's hard to believe it was one of us that said hello for multiple reasons.
So this moment stands out as
probably the creepiest with actual, like, evidence.
Right. Well, I don't know, because there's other things that have happened. Because the next thing I want to get into. One time, I was in the bedroom, hanging out, chilling on my phone, and you ran into the bedroom, color drained from your face, and you said, call 911. It scared the shit out of me. Okay.
Like a night like this.
It's just like tonight. Weave us a yarn, paint us a word picture. What happened?
I was in the backyard for some reason, and I heard like a little boy's voice, or like a old grandmother's voice, saying, like, help me. It was weird because it repeated multiple times, help me, help me. Not like in an urgent rush or like in pain or anything. It sounded like right behind my ear, but also in a neighbor's backyard.
Yeah.
So it was actually hard to place where it was. But it had no, like, emotion with the voice.
Yeah. You would think, I guess, if somebody is calling out for help, that it might sound more panicked. You ran in, and you told me that, and we
Yeah, because I heard it, like, repeat, help me, about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. So we called the police, and...
Yeah, they don't find anything.
Yeah. So we don't really know what happened there. And that brings me to the big boy. Do you remember the Magnolia Hotel?
Oh, yeah.
So in Macy and I's episode, we have 2 episodes about the Magnolia Hotel, where we talk about our experiences, and we both agree that one of the creepiest things was the fact that this skeptic who was with us at a couple of different times seemingly got a little spooked. And for somebody who does believe in this kind of stuff, it's kind of like being a kid and your parent is always like, the strong one. But when you see your parent scared, you're like, oh shit, this is real. It's kind of like that. Like when you see the skeptic get a little spooked, you're like, there's something happening. So what stands out to you about the time at the Magnolia?
Probably the door with the keyhole.
Yeah.
That led to like the unfinished portion that the public's really not supposed to be in.
And we looked through the keyhole.
There was like a red chair.
Mm-hmm. And I think it was actually you who discovered the second time.
The darkness?
The darkness.
Yeah. So like when you looked into the keyhole again, it was just pitch black. Vanta black.
Yeah, it was just it was almost, and at the risk of being a little bit leading here, it was almost as if somebody or something had its hand over the other side of the keyhole.
Yeah, and you expected it like an eyeball to suddenly open and you see like the eyeball. Yeah. Fully expecting that. And
what was funny is I remember being in the little galley kitchen. I don't know if you announced it first, but you were like, I'm going to check out this door again. I'm going to see what it looks like at nighttime or whatever. And I just remember seeing you lean over and you look through the keyhole and you went, nope, fuck that. And you like backed away. And then of course me and Macy run up and we were looking at it and we're spraying it down with all kinds of tonics and shit. But...
lavender water.
Yeah, what is there anything else about our time there that's stood out?
Not realizing the living room we were staying in was actually probably the area of the most gruesome incident with the traveling salesman, and then us finding his original suitcases and stuff.
Yeah.
And then placing Oreos on it originally without even knowing at the time that those were his original suitcases.
Being really disrespectful.
And then like spending the entire time there and then only finding out in the morning what those were.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Hello Ghost, though, is probably the creepiest, because even with an audio recording, you can definitely tell. Like, I'll still get goosebumps thinking of it.
Something's strange with that. Something is definitely weird with that. Well, thank you so much for, once again, coming on to the podcast.
Yes.
And can we get a good hearty Happy Halloween?
Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween!
Beautiful, I love it.
It's lost its meaning. I said it so many times. Happy Halloween!
Yeah, no, follow through. That was great.
Halloween! You just edit together, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Just cut and splice.
I can't hear myself. Do I sound real hillbilly?
I mean, not... Let me deuce you.
Let me deuce me, Charlie.
So, everyone, welcome to the show. Such a witch. Go ahead and state your name for the good people out there.
My name is Debra.
Give a brief explanation as to why we said deuce me.
It originated as Charlie in her costume days. Charlie very dramatically would go change into an outfit, and each time would stand behind the door and say, "Mama, deuce me." So what?
Introduce me, I guess. What
She wants us to introduce her.
So we're here for spookiness. Let me ask you first, just like I did Dad. Tell me your relationship with the supernatural. What are you? Would you describe yourself as a believer, or how do you label yourself?
Let's break it down. Natural is natural.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so anything can be super that.
Oh, okay. Extra natural.
Extra natural. So
sure.
Vibes can be natural, and then there can be super vibes. So I'm probably a lot more open to that. I will say that I'm very logical.
Yes.
Fact-based. I don't think there's a lot of supernatural stuff that can't be fact-based as well.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I'm very much the same. Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh my God, there's one looking at me right now. Okay, so ghost. I don't know. I don't know about that labeling that word ghosts. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Can time interrupt and
Yes.
things like that? Sure, I believe in that.
Let's move into your story. What do you got for us?
This is just something that happened to me, and trying to logically figure things out is something I've not quite been able to figure out yet. All right, I named my story.
Oh.
Y'all sit down. Come on in.
Everybody sit down. Sit down, kids.
It is called The Knock.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun. When I was a little girl, I grew up in the country, and I had a cousin that grew up in the city. And we were about the same age, and we were giggle buddies. We were going through the same things at the same time.
It's like me and Macy.
Right. So one summer, I got an opportunity to go stay a week with her, and we were super psyched because, country was coming to town. We had a lot of fun together. We really did. We had a lot of fun together. We also were kind of competitive, like the whole sister thing, who's oldest, I'm the boss of you, you're the boss of me, whatever. So we picked at each other as well. We go to her house, and we are just super excited. We are just playing all day, laughing, having a good time. It was getting dark, so it was time for us to go to bed. We were going to go to sleep. We had it. We were exhausted. So when we get in bed, we're just talking, and then we're, slowly getting tighter and tighter. All of a sudden,
oh,
and it sounds like it is coming off the headboard. So my first thought is, she's jacking with me. She's jacking with me. Even young, I was like, come on now. What I did was I just instantly went, stop it. It's not funny. Quit.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. How rude. Wasn't even a good, fun kid. So I told her to stop it. I was like, that's ridiculous. So she just, I look at her, and for a second, she goes, I didn't do it. And then we just start laughing, and we're just laughing. We thought it was the funniest thing.
Huh.
So then we're like, okay, let's go to sleep now. That was hilarious. Let's go to sleep.
So did she really do it that time?
Yeah, she was like, I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
All right.
So we laughed. We thought, oh, that was a good one. That's hilarious. So we're going to lay back down. And I said, you know what? You already did that joke. It wasn't funny. It's not funny this time. You already did it. And she said, and she waits for a second. It's quiet. And she says, I didn't do it that time. And she said, did you? And I thought, okay, I know. I'm like, you're trying to twist now, because the first one's funny, and the second one, now you're going to blame me and make me start thinking.
Okay, so you're not buying it. You still think it's her.
After she blames me, I said, okay, this is enough. And I said, give me your hands. And she said, I want your hands too. And we're like, see, you can't do it. And the other one's like, you can't do it now either, because I've got your hands.
I hate it.
And then you know what happened after that? You can imagine that.
Sound effects.
Oh, no.
Is that true?
I'm telling you, Realists, that was true. I thought about through times and thought, like, what was that? Because I really do think, was her mom jacking with us?
Do you think that that's what happened?
I don't know. I think that's probably that's the most logical thing I can think of. Because, and I was a kid, so who knows? Like, the sound could have been coming from the kitchen, and we thought it was the headboard.
I will say, from stories that I've heard and that people have written in, that seems to be something that happens sometimes, is people will be playing around and then they'll stop playing around, but then whatever they were doing, it happens again.
Right.
And it seems to be like this mimicry thing that'll happen. And I believe that it was a ghost, is what I believe.
Who knows?
How old were you when this happened?
Probably about 8 or 9, something like that.
And have you and your cousin, did y'all ever talk about it after the fact?
We did. I remember before we'd be like, what happened? And we were like, we still don't know.
So this is something that after a few years, sometimes after a few years, you're like, okay, I'm going to admit it. I knocked. So this is something that is still a mystery.
Yeah, it's still a mystery. That's why I think that I thought about it sometimes, because, expecting, you grow up and you're like, come on now, you did it right. Yeah, but no, we both, although we could still both have been assholes and not admitting, I didn't do it. I know that. I know I did not do it.
I was going to say, are you sure it wasn't you, Mom? Is there anything you want to tell us? She's so stupid.
Oh, you think that cowgirl's stupid, huh? Watch this city bitch.
City bitch.
Anyway,
Mother.
Yes, love.
Such a witch. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story on the podcast.
I appreciate. Can I say something else too after that?
You can say whatever you want.
Okay. Happy Halloween.
Beautiful.
Happy Halloween.
State your name for the good people out there.
Good people out there. My name is Ruston Frazier. I am Macy's brother.
One and only.
The one and only, and that's one too many, I would say.
So you have a weird story, and it might be one of my most favorite stories of anything strange that's ever happened, especially here on the property. Because this property is weird anyway. Like, it's just bizarre on its own. But I feel like this solidifies that in all of its entirety. And I can't wait for you to get into it because I don't know what the fuck it is.
I don't either. I either saw a weird alien, or I saw a demon from hell, or I saw a teleporting Wendigo. I'm not 100% sure what I saw. When a Wendigo is probably the best way to describe what the thing even looked like. But okay, so one night I was leaving my sister's house, and I was running into town, and I get on the service road, and I don't even make it a mile away from the house. And I'm cruising down the service road, and it's real hilly, and I come to the top of a hill, and about the time I come over the hill and I'm starting to go back down, I see this. It's incredibly bright, and it's, I guess, the time of day too. It was, the sun had just gone down, so it was kind of like the sky was
like dusk.
Yeah, but it was more dark than dusk, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and when it's just still kind of purpley.
Yeah, a purpley and like light orangey, really kind of a twilight looking kind of color.
Yeah.
And so I see this on the right-hand side, I see this bright flash of green light, and it looked like, the best way to describe it is like a reflector, like you see on the side of the road.
Was it like a whoosh, like a real quick, and then did it disappear? It was like a flash.
Yeah,
okay.
Flash. It was like 1 second. It was enough for me to, because I mean, it was just to the right of my vision driving, right? So it's on the side of the road. It's like a reflector, like how you'd see like on a little mailbox. Usually like little red
but big, right?
They catch light. Yeah, it's human sized. It was tall and slender. Just this green, just flash, poosh, and it was gone. And my brain, I was just trying to put it together, and I was like, oh, my headlights hit a reflector. That was my first thought,
Right.
And then and all this takes place in the span of like 6 seconds. And so I'm just cruising along, cruising. And I get to the person's, because this is like in like somebody's driveway, like right up to the road. And there's a mailbox. And what comes around this mailbox, I've never seen anything like it, or I hope to never see anything like it ever again. But it runs around the front of it, like it kind of almost comes into the street, and then it just takes off running up their driveway. Yeah. And it looked like it was gray, and it's really hard to describe its color. It was a fleshy human color, but it was also like gray, hairless, and featureless. Very strange. Arms were long, like I don't want to say twice as long because they weren't touching the ground or anything, but like unproportionate. I hate that too. And this thing was, it came around that, this all happened so fast, but it came around there and it just took off running up that other person's driveway. And immediately I felt like dread. It was a weird feeling. It was a feeling. Yeah. you've had the feeling of like, oh, I might be in trouble, you know, that kind of feeling that your stomach gets cold. But it was like that, but it felt like dread. I think that's when I called you and told you about it. I think that's what I use. I think it's the word I use, is I felt just dread. And I got the hell out of there. I just kept going. But it was the craziest thing. And I think I called you. I cannot believe I didn't call you that night. I think I called you the next day.
No, well, you said you didn't want to freak me out.
That's fair, because it was really
for
close
a
to your
while.
house.
Yeah, I mean, literally, because that's the thing. It was a mile from my house, but a mile around the corner. So it's like you turn around. So it shares the woods pretty much.
Well, honestly,
the
way he was running
was
straight to your house.
That's where everything weird comes.
Through everyone else's, you know, like through that person's property. If you just kept going.
Yeah. What?
Run to your house.
Did you see its face? I know you said it was featureless. But did you see its face? So its face was blank.
Face was blank. Tall. And it was a tall thing. It wasn't, I mean, I don't want to say it was like freakishly huge. It was taller than your average person. It was taller than me, from guessing from the mailbox. And totally featured. It looked like a morph suit, but it was like saggier, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't real tight skin. It was kind of saggy in places. It was really strange.
How did it move?
It moved like it's really hard to describe how it moved. The best way to describe it is like Jim Carrey and Cable Guy during the nightmare scene when he's running down the hallway and he's doing like
got
claw
his
thing.
Wrists and claw running. I hate that.
Yes, and it's like the high knee running kind of thing.
Yeah.
It didn't move like a person could move that way, but not with all the extra shit I saw. Dude, it hauled ass. It was up that driveway quick. I mean, by the time I passed it, and I was going like on the surface road, I think it's like 50. I came over the hill, coming down the hill, get close to that mailbox. I see it. I pass it. I watch it like run up the driveway, and I mean, I turn around to see behind me, and it's gone. I mean, it's just up the thing. It's like it teleported right behind that person's mailbox and took off running.
So I remember I was leaving work the next day, and you called me, and I answered, and you were being super weird, and it was really, you were just like, hey,
I was freaked out.
I have to tell you something. It's like, oh, okay, you know? And you went into this story, which was compounded in creepiness to me because of what I had discovered that same morning. And
that's crazy.
I walked out, and I was going to work that morning, and I had not known any of this yet. And for reasons I couldn't explain, my makeup bag was like in the yard, like strewn in the yard, and like not even on my driver's side door, because it's like, oh, maybe it fell out of my bag, like, or something, like it fell out of my backpack or something when I was walking up to the house, and I didn't see it, you know. But it wasn't. It was on the other, like the driver or the passenger back door was like where it was, and it was just like scattered on the yard. And I just could not make sense of that. It really freaked me out. And then when you told me that, and then you were like, it was trying to put on a face, I was just like, oh.
Since it put on a face, that's why because it could be so many things by the way it looked, but for it to do that, for it to go through your makeup, and it also seemed like it teleported from somewhere.
Yeah.
I hate to be like that guy, but it's aliens, you know?
I immediately jump to aliens almost any time I can't explain anything. I'm like, it was aliens. It makes the most sense more often than not.
Yeah. Because honestly, I think if something teleported from hell, I don't think the teleport would be green. That doesn't make as much sense.
It's got to be sci-fi green.
Yeah, you know, that's what's so strange. I hate to put it like that, but you know, but if it had been red or something, then I'd be like, oh yeah, it was obviously a demon that wanted to put on makeup.
This is getting into finer details.
It's kind of.
Did it have fingers?
Yeah,
I mean that's a fine detail, but I'm just curious as to what kind of hands this thing is rocking.
I don't remember, but I know it had longer arms.
That's gross.
Which was odd, but I they were kind of bent backwards, kind of like
So bent backwards like a deer, like a hoof, like.
Yeah, like a satyr or something. You know, kind of like that. But I mean, so it was able to move. That's why it's hard to classify because it looked like multiple things, which is what I thought was really bizarre. You know, it's kind of like it had like a wild bottom half and then kind of an alien like top half. I don't, you know,
It's gross.
it is gross.
So,
I mean, like I said, I mean, it was I never felt. It was like when I saw it, it's like I felt like a lot of things. I felt fear, and I felt like an overwhelming amount. Like when I say dread, I meant it was like I felt like overwhelming like sadness or like
yeah.
kind of depression feeling. I don't. It was really hard to describe. It was like immediately. It was just kind of it's like I was let down. Like, you know, in a weird way. Just kind of like I can't remember.
I think you saw something you weren't supposed to see, and other weird, otherworldly, unexplainable entities. It's pretty common that people describe the feelings of dread, depression, like just overall not good well-being, and I believe it.
And it was a bizarre feeling. I mean, it was like a wave. It just washed over. It's really hard to, you know, it's just kind of, it's one of those stories where it's so outlandish. It's hard to believe. I think I called Charlye immediately because obviously she's further away, but I'm pretty sure I called her immediately. So I don't know if you guys will do like listen to this and then y'all do like you know, it's like, well, what do you think about that? Because if I'm not mistaken, I really do think I called her first.
We've talked at length about this story. Just trying to theorize as to what it could have been. Again, it's not something that I find too surprising here. I think this property is a gateway. I've thought that for a really long time. And
we did that.
Yeah. This all happened because you brought that here because you ripped a portal into the fabric of reality with a Ouija board. Thanks.
Hey, man, shit happens. Hey, it wasn't just me. Blame your co-host. That was her idea.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about that. I blame her for that a lot. I'm excited to, I want people, and you know, we usually do this for these episodes, for people to like sound off what they think this is, or like anything, like we'll tell stories like, what do you think this means? People sound off. One, I want to know if anyone has ever seen anything like this before.
Yeah.
And
the flash of light and what it looked like is very distinct. Like, I figure if anyone has seen anything, it's going to be that, honestly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know?
And so
I mean, I don't,
if anyone has seen it or might have an idea as to what it is, maybe some folklore that we're not aware of, or anything that you've ever seen teleport using a green flash, even that'll do.
Yeah. There's gonna be one of your listeners like, oh yeah, that's Gary. Yeah, you know? I hang out with that guy all the time. Yeah, he's crazy. He teleports everywhere.
I'm just so curious about it, and I don't know. I'm fascinated by it. It doesn't really freak me out too much, not as much as it did. I was actually quite uncomfortable to go outside at night for a fair amount of time after that, just because I didn't want to see him. That's my whole thing. I don't want to look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to. I don't want to. And
I don't blame you.
I was, but now I'm just more fascinated by it and curious as to what it was. I feel like part of me just feels like it was the dimensions blurring for a moment and just something leaked into our existence, and it might be gone. It might have ran for a moment and snapped back into its reality where it belongs, but I just don't know.
I don't know. If I were you, I would feel, I don't know. I'd feel a little upset that it hasn't come back for like more of your makeup. I feel like that's kind of degrading.
Well, I quit wearing makeup, so
that'll do it. That'll see.
It just moved on.
It knows. It's like shit. Well's dried up. Oh my gosh.
Well, thank you. I'm excited for this. I'm excited that this story is out in the world. And I'm excited. I'll throw some things your way if we get any suggestions as to what in the fuck this thing could have been.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I'm leaning more towards an alien. That's what I'm leaning towards.
I mean, I'm talking about the grays today. Actually, that's my topic today. And the way that you described the coloring is like alien.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a gray and fleshy, and it was saggy like parts. That's why I'm brought to like Wendigo too, because their skin is like real like what's the word for it? where it's real tight. I can't think of what the word is for it, where their skin's like it's wrapped. It looks like it's just wrapped over their bones. Because it looked like that, like on the yeah, it's not the word though. It's not the word I'm trying to think of, but it was real tight. Like the arms seemed tight and the legs seemed tight, except for the knees were like backwards. And then, but it had no fur or nothing like that. It wasn't like it was furry. It was like, it looked like a morph suit, like oddly enough. And it was real tight in the arms, and the face was really tight. You know how like a morph suit, how it looks, like, human features, you can see them underneath it though. Like this did not have like features like at all. Like it didn't have a spot where the person's nose is sticking out, or you can see where the eye holes are like kind of like there, or anything like that. And then, but it also, but it was like saggy, like in like the rib cage area. It looked saggy. The skin had like.
Have you ever seen Pan's Labyrinth?
Yeah.
It sounds like the eyeball, like how it's built. Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. Actually, it's actually really close. Except I didn't see no eyeballs in its hand or nothing like that. But he had a mouth. I mean, it's kind of like, it's like that. If it had
but like the skinny long arms and the saggy belly and ribs, like it sounds like that.
It was pretty close because it wasn't like heavy or anyway. It just looked like it had like it hadn't eaten in a long time. I wish I could think of what that's called.
I think that about does it. I think so too. I think that's that.
I think so. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be on Witch Bitch Amateur Hour. It's great. It's a lifelong dream.
Oh, well, I'm glad I could fulfill that dream for you. I mean, honestly, I get it. It should be a lifelong dream. I can't even say that without laughing at myself.
I've made it.
You've arrived.
I'm done with life. I have arrived. I'm done with life. I expect red carpet everywhere I go.
Okay, say your name for the good people listening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lera Street.
What's your full name? Not like your first name, your first full name.
Valeria.
I love that. I like it. I never hear it, but I like it.
Thank you. It rhymes with malaria.
Hey, how does it sound? Is it supposed to have any sort of like inflection to it and like an accent to it?
Well, in Russian, it's Valeria. So, that it's got that kind of inflection in the native tongue, but in English, I just kind of take what I can get.
That's fair. Yeah. We're gonna, I was trying to think because I wanted you have this cool background and whatnot. And I want to hear some folklore and shit from that area. And I think that's where we're going, right?
That's where we're going.
Sweet.
Okay. So, I guess I'll just kick it off with the fact that my family in the Ukraine was not very into anything supernatural. They were, in fact, devout Eastern Orthodox Christians, and that is actually about as opposite of into anything supernatural or folky.
But I just want to interject here. They also think that when you move into a new house, you better let a cat walk through all of the rooms to make the ghosts happy. So
yes, that is exactly it. That is the paradox that I was about to get to. Despite the devout religious background that I had in those early years, my grandparents were some superstitious motherfuckers. I mean, let's see. Some of my favorites are you can't hand things over doorways, over a threshold. If you have a clump of hair in your hairbrush, you better flush it down a toilet. Do not throw it away in the trash because some evil spirit or evil human being will automatically get a hold of that hair and destroy your life.
There's a lot of power in hair.
There is quite a bit of power in hair. I mean, none of these are nonsensical, and being a little kid, I just thought it was all silly, but now as a 26-year-old, every time I clean out my hairbrush, I flush it down the toilet. And if I could have gotten a cat to walk through my new apartment, I might have. So
I was not even gonna halfway shove Dante in a box to bring him out there. There was no goddamn way.
Dante would have torn the house down
Mhm.
and invited half of hell in behind him.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. He's just going to make it worse.
He tends to do that. We love him, but very superstitious upbringing. My grandmother was a doctor, and she did a surprising amount of very natural work. Lots of herbs, lots of teas, lots of what you would consider holistic or homeopathic medicine by today's standards, along with, the practical treatment. But she made a lot of house calls for, migraines and severe menstrual cramps and, postpartum things for women, and always prescribed teas and other herbal recipes. So I hate to break it to grandma, but she was kind of a witch.
She's kind of a witch. Yeah.
Because
I agree.
When I started discovering this side of myself and, read some of the things involved, I was like, well, this happened as a kid. This happened as a kid. My God, this did too. It's even kind of a thing to hang a besom. It's been a while. It's brown. Besom in your house. It's kind of a thing to hang one in your kitchen. We had one in our kitchen. I now have one in my kitchen.
Do you have one in your kitchen?
I do. I found one recently. I'll have to send you a picture of it.
Nice. I like that.
It's very comforting.
Yeah, it really is. It's why I put mine in the kitchen. I couldn't think of putting it anywhere else. And Charlie's is in her kitchen as well. It just feels right.
So in doing some homework about the rest of the folklore, I'm going to kind of touch on what I heard as a kid. And this is not the Mothman story that I was going to talk about, like I had told you earlier, because there wasn't a whole lot of meat to it. As a side note, supposedly Mothman was around weeks before the Chernobyl incident happened, which is a very Mothman thing of him to do. So.
Which, let me try to remember, you were born / grew up / something not too far outside of the danger zone of that, right?
I want to say it was probably about a 3-hour train ride from where I was born.
Okay.
And that happened in 87, I believe. And I was born in 94. So
that's crazy.
Quite a few years and quite a few hours away, but still kind of sketchy.
Close. Yeah.
I'm still waiting to see if anything grows funny or goes amiss with my physical form. So far, nothing yet, but I haven't hit 30 yet. But I think the most appropriate thing for me to talk about today is Baba Yaga.
Okay, cool. That does make a lot of sense for you to talk about that.
So my first experience with Baba Yaga was I stubbornly refused to sleep as a child. You couldn't put me to bed for anything. I'm still this way to this day. I'm a very nocturnal person. But the quickest way to scare me into trying my best to go to sleep is for my great-grandmother to knock on the wall when I wasn't looking and say that was the Baba Yaga knocking to come take me away and eat me if I don't go the fuck to sleep. My great-grandmother, rest her soul, was not a very friendly person. We were quite at odds quite a many times. So she would often troll me into doing what she wanted me to do. And her favorite way to troll me was to use the Baba Yaga. And it worked because the Baba Yaga is scary if you're a 4-year-old. She's, now what I understand to be a crone, a Slavic folklore crone variation. And she's kind of rough looking. She apparently has a nose that has grown into the ceiling. She only has one leg. If you walk into her house, which by the way is this hut in the middle of the woods on chicken legs.
I love that part.
It's badass. I would love a chicken-legged hut. But, as a kid, it's the most terrifying thing in the world. And so she's just constantly laying on her stove for warmth, I suppose. She's got some really long mossy teeth. Just not something you see every day, and perhaps not something you want to see every day.
She's not a looker.
She's not a looker, but she's very, very interesting. And just the more I've gotten to know her as an adult, she represents kind of the villain in stories, but also kind of the the unexpected help in the story.
She's gray. She's gray as they come. And that's what I like about her is that, yeah, she can do she could just flat out fuck you up. But
she eats children.
Save your life,
children.
you know? Yeah, she's so great down the middle. And I really, really, really like that about her. I think it's fascinating.
It is. So if you come seeking help and it's a righteous cause and you do what she says, she'll help you, but you have to do what she says, and it's not easy work. It's one of the stories I read recently, which is one of my favorite stories, is about a young woman named Vasilisa in Russian. And she has this terrible stepmother and stepsisters. And they run out of heat. They run out of firewood. And so they're in their home freezing. And the stepmother sends her off to the woods to find firewood for heat, thinking that at the very least, she'll die out there and it'll be one less mouth to feed. So she goes out and she's very afraid. And she has this little doll that her birth mother gave her that is supposed to symbolize the intuition. And the doll guides her to Baba Yaga's hut. And this, thing is naturally terrifying to a very young girl. The fence is made of bones. There are flaming skulls on the fence posts. Very, very metal.
She's so extra.
Just play some Black Sabbath right now. Very, very metal appearance. And so she gets to the hut, and Baba Yaga tries to scare her and say, "Well, who the hell are you? What are you doing here? I'm going to eat you." And Vasilisa politely asks for help, and she gets given tasks like separating poppy seeds from dirt and finding needles in haystacks. I mean, just goddamn downright impossible tasks. But she becomes afraid, and she, thinks she can't handle it. But the little doll in her pocket tells her to just trust her intuition and not worry about it. And the tasks get accomplished. And, the story goes on that Vasilisa accomplished every single task that the Baba Yaga asked of her. And the Baba Yaga was so put off by her hard work and her righteousness that she basically thrust a flaming skull in her arms and told her to get the fuck out and not come back.
Here's your fire, bitch. Leave.
Pretty much. So in that sense, it's a very high stakes interaction. If you don't do exactly as she says, you have the potential to get very screwed over by the Baba Yaga. But if you manage to please her, you'll have a good time. I'm trying to think if there are some other little creatures that my great grandmother used to scare me with. There was the Kikimora, or the Kikimora, as some of you Witcher fans may have heard. This one is a little bit strange to me, and I'll have to read up a little bit more about it. But the one that we used to get scared with was that it was just this little invisible house poltergeist that found joy in fucking up your home and would kidnap your children. Everything in Russian culture loves to kidnap children. There's an urban legend about a black Volga, which is a Russian car model right after the Cold War, that would drive around without a driver and kidnap children. Just watch your children. What
about do you know, I know you know a little bit about the whole Rusalka thing, the mermaid lore.
Oh yes. So for you Little Mermaid fans, I'm so sorry. I don't know how common the knowledge is that the Little Mermaid that you see in the Disney film is not the Hans Christian Andersen story. That one's pretty intense. The Hans Christian Andersen story, she basically turns into sea foam after she is spurned
at
by
the end,
who decides to marry someone else after all. And when she gets her feet, she walks around and feels like knives are cutting into her feet. So they take that story, and then the actual Rusalka is 10 times worse than that. The Rusalka represents women who have been rejected by a lover, which is where the theme of the Hans Christian Andersen story comes from. But they also represent women that have decided to commit suicide for whatever reason. And they also represent those that I think didn't get their last rites when they died. So it's kind of a thing where their soul wasn't at peace when they passed away. So they are doomed to become the Rusalka. And if you are near a lake, a pond, or a body of water where they might frequent, watch your fucking back, because they will pull you under. They will seduce you, kind of like a siren. They will seduce you, they will pull you under, and they will tickle you to death.
That's awful, isn't it? I mean, that's awful.
And they're quite rough looking. These are not the beautiful sirens that you would anticipate a mermaid to be. These are some swamp things. And there is
I didn't know that. I thought they were pretty.
No, they're pretty rough looking, and there is a male version of that called Vodnik, who I saw some pictures of him earlier today. For lack of better terminology, he looks like a giant frog man. Like
gross.
A bull, like he could be on Halloween Town. Just a very giant, unfriendly looking Vodnik. Yes, that's
with like a yik Vodnik.
Vodnik, yeah. Voda is water, so Vodnik is like a man of the water, essentially. And he is kind of similar, except he doesn't really seduce his victims. He just kind of yanks them under and kills them. He's there's two exceptions: millers and fishermen. And so he's pretty partial to millers to the point where they're kind of like his holy people. And some millers were and to kidnap and give human sacrifices to their local vodnik. And the fishermen weren't quite as intense. They just like sacrificed a good first catch to the vodnik. And apparently the vodnik would pay back in kind and give them a good fishing season.
That's good enough. Why the fuck do you need to sacrifice the kids? Just do anything else other than that. He seems fine.
I mean, really, just like a good prime rib, a good T-bone steak.
I
bet he's never had Texas barbecue. I'm sure that would pass if he actually, tried some.
Ship him some Texas barbecue. He'd leave you alone forever. That's all he ever needed.
I firmly believe that. Maybe like a Buc-ee's gift certificate or something. So yeah.
Can you?
Yes.
Do me a favor. Can you do me a favor? And you know that I do this to you. I do this to you fairly often because I like it. Say some Russian at me.
Some Russian.
Whatever you want. Yeah, say some
whatever
Russian
I want.
at me. Like a good long string, like a good long one.
Oh. Добрый вечер, моя дорогая девушка. That is good evening, my dear lady.
It sounds like it's such an interesting language, and I'm not saying this to be an asshole. It sounds like you're playing English backwards, like on a recording.
It's funny that you say that because the language that was put into the Sims games is actually broken Ukrainian.
Is it really? It sounds like that.
It's broken Ukrainian, not backwards.
Do they say
Ukrainian.
real Ukrainian words?
Not that I've heard, which
yeah, it's just all kind of fucked up.
It's just all mumbo jumbo. I don't really know how they do that, but fun fact that is relevant to topic. I am going to throw it in.
I like it. Hey, give me a little more. I want to hear a little more.
Oh, oof. Let me see.
Don't act like you can't speak the whole fucking language.
I know, but I just don't know what to say. Should I tell you what I had for dinner?
Oh, please do.
Я кушала яйца и сосиски на обед. I had eggs and sausage for dinner, which is true.
It sounds pretty fucking good. I love me some Brenner.
It was some very intense Brenner. I'm pretty pleased with it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate this. I had a good time.
To finish things out, this has been your spooky status report from the eastern part of the world.
Wow. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Coming from 45 minutes, actually, from my own house.
Yeah, no, I'm very much in Texas, y'all.
Now we're officially on a recorded line.
Nice. What does that mean?
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Charlie.
So go ahead and officially state your name for the good people out there.
My name is Charles Anthony. I am the paternal father of Charlie Michelle.
Sure are. First of all, I want to ask, what is your relationship with the paranormal?
I am interested, intrigued, curious, but pretty much skeptical.
And it's funny, I was talking to Ruston the other day, and I described you as a non-believer. And that, first of all, it blew his mind. And he said, I can't see him. And I realized it's because we were talking about two different things. I was talking in like a ghosty, spirity kind of way, and he was talking in like an alien kind of way. And I was like, there might be a difference there. And I think that's what we got going on in your story today.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I am speaking today and relating a story today that was absolutely true. And I've never had a ghost encounter to my knowledge, but I certainly have had extraterrestrial encounters. I am skeptic about paranormal, but absolutely not about extraterrestrial life.
I already know the story that you're going to share. I've heard this many times throughout my life, so I can attest to this being something that you have you've relayed to us many times over the years, and it's still something that is intriguing. I can't figure out. I know everyone has tried to be like, oh, well, maybe it was this, or maybe it was that, and there seems to be no explanation. So why don't you set the scene? What year did this happen?
Oh, wow. Year. That's a good one. I'm not real sure. I would say it was...
How old were you, I guess?
Yeah, I'm thinking that this was 1979.
Okay.
1979 or 1980. I was 17, 18, living in rural East Texas, out in the country of Hopkins County, and had a good friend of mine named Dirch, pretty inseparable in those days. This encounter occurred one evening when Dirch and I were cruising the country back roads of Hopkins County.
And we've talked on the podcast before about how Macy and I believe that there is something up in East Texas, because so many stories kind of come out of this area. Okay, so you're in East Texas, you're 17, what did you say, 18, 19 years old?
Yeah.
And just get into it. What happened?
Okay. Anybody that's familiar with that area, it's a whole lot of nothing out there. And late at night, when it's dark, you can be on a long stretch of highway and you don't see anybody else for quite some time. We were cruising down this road in my 1974 Dodge Dart.
Oh.
Yeah. We were on just one of those little farm to market country roads. I had a cigarette going at the time. I remember seeing, how sometimes things can reflect on the inside of your windshield when it's dark and you can't really see what is going on. And so I saw this orange light slightly to the right of my windshield.
Were you driving at the time?
I was driving.
You were driving. Okay.
Yes, I was driving, and Dirch was in the passenger seat. Yeah, I saw this orange light appear to the right of my windshield, and it was at the very top of my windshield. I thought, okay, that's the reflection of my cigarette glowing in the windshield. I thought, no big deal. But then I realized that it was moving. And moving at a slow rate of speed. And I thought, well, wait, my cigarette's not moving, so how's that moving? And I looked a little closer and noticed that there were more lights in the sky glowing. This is, again, a very dark, pitch black night. I looked up and saw, a series of red and orange lights. What was sort of a line T-shaped type configuration. I thought, that's really odd. I thought, okay, so that's an aircraft of some form. That's an airplane or a helicopter. And I thought, wow, it was really low. It felt very low. I mean, it felt like I could see these lights so well, and I could sort of discern them so well that it must be something that's only a couple of 100 feet in the air. That's kind of what it felt like. And And again, the rate of speed was so slow. If that's an airplane or a helicopter, I don't know how it's moving so slow and being that close to the ground.
Yeah.
And so then I thought, that's odd. And I said, hey, do you see that? And he said, yeah, I do. All right. Which was my first confirmation that.
So he's seen it too.
He saw it too. Yeah. And so I rolled my window down to see if I could hear. This thing was making no noise whatsoever. It was just completely quiet. As I saw these lights moving slowly across the night sky, I looked a little closer and saw one of the lights toward the rear of this configuration was actually reflecting against what looked to be some sort of a panel. Yeah, and I could see markings, some sort of letters or numbers, and I could not make them out. Couldn't read them, couldn't make them out. They didn't really look like alien letters, to me. I mean, I don't know what that would look like, but they look like they would be something that, a corporation or a military installation or something like that would produce.
Oh.
But I couldn't make them out. I couldn't read them. They weren't numbers. They were markings and characters that I couldn't read. It was like it wasn't a word, wasn't letter, wasn't numbers, just shapes. And I thought that was strange. What really was one of the strangest things of all is at the very rear of this thing, there was one orange light like orbiting some of the other lights in sort of a horizontal fashion. Maybe there's some little tail fixture that's got this light that's just like, spinning around, again, very slow. I think the thing that struck me the most weird about this is that I saw lights, but I didn't see, except for that panel with those markings, I didn't see any shape. I didn't see any, normally you can see the landing gear, something like that. I didn't see
silhouetted.
Anything like that. Yeah, right. Silhouetted with these lights. And it was just like lots of lights in the sky moving in unison. And one of them reflected these markings. And the thing it appeared very low to the ground and was moving very slowly and making absolutely no noise whatsoever. It felt like this was some great big aircraft that was moving,
How big?
It was hard because it's dark and there was no shape to identify. So I don't know, but the lights spanned the whole width of my windshield and my field of vision. So, I would have to guess, if I'm looking at it based on how close it was to the ground, I would say 100 feet, something kind of big. That's pretty big.
Nothing to sneeze at.
No, not like it wasn't like some tiny little glider that might have been out there with 2-3 lights on, not making any noise. This seemed like a big device with some scale and absolute silence in its motion. That's what got me.
How did your friend react?
We both were kind of in awe. We didn't really, it wasn't like we were like, man, do you see that? Yeah, what the hell is it? I don't know. What do you think? There was no banter. It was almost like we were both just staring at this thing. And what the hell? I think I remember saying, what the hell is that? I rolled the window down. But we didn't really talk much about it. And we didn't interact much when we were both kind of in shock. But then after it was over, I recall that I did say to him, I said, I don't know what we just saw, but we can't, nobody's going to believe that. We can't tell anybody what we just saw because nobody's going to believe us. They're going to think we're crying alien, out there on our herbal remedies out there in the middle of the.
Did y'all ever talk about it after the fact? Did this ever come up again, or did you just sort of?
I don't really remember. That's a good question. I don't recall if we ever did, and sadly, Dirch isn't with us anymore. Would love it if he were around. I'd love to ask him that. I say, hey, do you remember that thing? Was that did I dream that, or was it for real? So. And I think I remember thinking it was some sort of a hovercraft, because how could it be so big and low to the ground and quiet? But the number marking things on the panel that reflected out of the light, that's what to me says this is some sort of a craft. This is some sort of a machine, not just a series of lights.
You've had a number of years to kind of sit and reflect on this. Today, as you sit here, what do you think you witnessed?
So I think I don't really know. I'll say this. So, you hear the stories about Roswell and everything, and you hear a lot about sightings. I do believe a lot of the sightings that we see, that people report, I think are earthly vehicles. I think they may be top secret military. And we may have learned some things from alien aircraft that we've encountered. In my mind, I don't know. I'm skeptical enough to think, I don't know that it was a craft from another planet, but it could have been. But I tend to think it was really something more along the lines of a top secret aircraft. I don't know what it's doing out over East Texas in the middle of nowhere, but
if I'm the government and I want to fly some top secret shiz, I'm probably doing it in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. But
were you ever worried that they were going to come after you?
No. I don't think. I mean, we might have gotten a little scared about that, after I think I probably was a little shook after the scene. Thought, oh my God, let's get the hell out of here. I'd have been like Richard Dreyfuss in Close Encounters, where the big beam of light would appear all the time. Got sucked up into a spaceship,
Tractor beam.
Yeah. Doing God knows what to me up there. So wow.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being on the show. You've never been on before.
Yeah, I never have been on the show, and I'm really excited about this. So big fan,
too.
as you guys know, but
Shrimp and Grits.
Yeah, that's me.
As you are, as your handle.
Yeah.
Hopefully somebody will hear this. And what happens a lot of the times when people write in and they have these stories for us, they'll describe their experience, and then about a week later or so, we'll get maybe a couple emails will come in. They'll say, I saw exactly that. Or so I'm excited to see if anyone out there has
that would be awesome.
Any experience, any elaboration.
It'd be totally awesome. I'd love to know. So thanks for having me on. And,
of course. Can you give us a big hearty happy Halloween?
Happy Halloween!
We're here today talking with, y'all have heard her a lot. We've talked about her a lot. Like, seriously, Jordyn, we've talked about you a lot.
So much.
We're here with Jordyn Moon from Moonlights Apothecary, and we're just going to talk to her about I don't want to use the word crazy, but I know of no other word at the moment. Just the crazy things that you do with spirit, as well as just what you do in general and the magic that you put into the world.
Hello, ladies.
So sultry.
Hello, ladies. I don't know how to start.
That was beautiful.
I think that's good.
How are you doing?
Right. Everything's good. I'm about to move again. I feel like that's all I do. And luckily, just some really cool new opportunities have surfaced. So I'm looking forward to all those things. Just like more ghost hunting experiences.
Oh, yeah. Like I've been following all the work you've been doing on that. It's cool.
Yeah, I've been working with Phoenix Jensen. I don't know if you're familiar with her. Mm-hmm. She's a psychic medium. Her husband and her also do investigations. Cool. So yeah, she kind of got me into some different investigating styles. So that's been really fun.
So that's actually an excellent segue. And can you talk a little bit? And I feel like I'm not making up that you had a term for what it is that you do, the astral projection work that you do. Can you talk about that a little bit? How it is that you work and whatnot?
Yeah. So, I realized whenever I was 15 that there was something different about me, just because I'd had like premonitions throughout the years, but it wasn't until I guess it was 15 when my great grandmother passed away, and she came to me and gave me messages for the entire family. And keep in mind, I thought I was completely insane. It's like, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know this woman very well. She had 8 children, 20-something grandchildren, and then like 40-something great-grandchildren. I was one of those 40.
Wow.
So, big family, and very Catholic, Christian oriented. So whenever she gave me these messages, I'm butt naked in my grandmother's bathroom washing my face, so I can't see anything. And she's just giving me all this information. And when spirit speaks, they speak a lot faster because they're at a different frequency. So whenever she was giving me all these messages, I was just like, what? Like, all right, I guess I'm going to go tell my parents. And I like told them, I was like, yeah, I'm crazy. I'm going to bed. The next day they made me tell everybody else in the family. And my very Christian grandmother just looked at me like I was insane. And then 3 weeks later, they started calling and verifying things that I had said whenever they went through her apartment and got it unpacked.
Oh, there you go.
So it went from me thinking I'm like completely insane to, okay, that happened. That's something weird. And I thought it was a one-time thing. Whenever I was, 23, 24, I kept having experiences, but I began to get into shamanism. I had a thunderstorm communicate with me. Again, I thought I was crazy. It told me the word shamanism and told me that I need to go do shamanism. And I looked on the internet, the interweb, where all of the information is for us now. And I found a class that was happening the next day. And it was by the shamanistic community, Spirit Moon. And Moonlights Apothecary being my business, I have a strong connection with the moon. Mm-hmm. So I listened to that voice, and there was a woman in my bedroom, and she came in to wake me up. And she walked with me all the way to my daughter's room and was like, hey, Jordyn, you need to wake up. It's time for you to do your work. And I met her the next day in class. She was the teacher of that.
Oh, wow. That gave me chills. I broke out in chills. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I was like, I didn't know anything. And I started working with the workshops, doing the shamanism workshops and doing more of that work and continuing down my own spiritual path. And I got a message whenever I was in a journey. And the journey is the shaman's way of like leaving their body to go into any of the different worlds. So there's the lower, the mid, and the upper worlds. And one of my guides had given me a message and told me that I was a death walker and a edge walker. First, they told me Edgewalker. And Edgewalker, they kind of explained it to me as being 1 foot in this reality and 1 foot in spirit reality. So I'm able to kind of get into that space pretty easily. And I feel like I'm kind of a haunted house myself just because I'm kind of a subway for spirits.
So how often would you say that spirit reaches out to you? Is it like a constant communication kind of thing? Or do you need to sit down and kind of ask for messages? Is there a barrier?
It was really crazy for a while. I would get like bombarded with messages. In that house where I got the message from the storm, and Jimmy, the shaman, walked with me in spirit in my home, that house was overloaded with spirits. So I would see like plant spirits, like trees. I would see like things from nightmares. I saw this entity that didn't have like it was a torso, and it was dragging its body up and down the hallway.
I hate that.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't see you. And I just like walked over it. I'm not acknowledging your presence. Like that one was overloaded, and it was like constant spirits coming through there. But I've since learned that I can put up boundaries and be like, you can only contact me this time to this time, because I don't like having to be woken up. And whenever some spirits can get through your boundaries, I didn't know that much about protection at the time. So it was like disgusting spirits, it was negative spirits, all of it.
Do I remember you saying at one point you were just like casually taking a shower, and then like homeboy was in the shower with you? Am I making that up, or did that happen to you?
No, that happened. And that one, that's interesting because I had a friend who came to me and her grandfather's trailer was haunted. So she's like, you need to come and cleanse it out for me. Please help me. So I go to this trailer and I have my children with me. And my ex-husband is in the car waiting with them, right? I like go in with my friend. I'm like, this shouldn't take too long. Like, just a classic, haunting, whatever. It was the land that was haunted.
Oh.
So they were
it's coming in there.
Yeah, so it was like from the land. You can't necessarily cleanse land like that, especially from that space. So also, whenever I got there, the grandfather was like, no, I don't want this space cleansed. So I'm like fighting him, who's allowing it. And then my friend, she was really into paranormal, so she wanted to experience that. And her very dramatic mother and sister were there. So I'm like dabbling with all of these energies. And then I find out that he's been going to thrift stores and estate sales and picking up all kinds of things, including dolls and homes, and not cleansing them.
Sure.
Yeah. And so I'm like, this is fun. And I realized that it wasn't a normal haunting whenever I looked in the mirror and I saw my face change into something dark. And then I saw a spirit run behind me, like probably 3.5 feet. Shadow form just run behind me.
On 2 legs or 4 legs? I feel like I need to know that.
It was on 2 legs. It was like a child.
Okay.
But it wasn't a child. It was very dark and menacing. And then I saw in another room a spirit had hung himself on the property, committed suicide. And so I found out all of that. Okay, around this time, I'm about midway through trying to cross him over. And I just hear my ex-husband and my children talking in the room. I haven't done any protection on them.
Oh, no.
And I'm just like,
get out.
All right, let's wrap this up. You go to the other side. I'm gonna come back into the body, whatever's going on. I try to wrap it up. Well, both of my daughters are psychic mediums, and one of them was an infant at the time. Kaden, she was 5, and we got home that night, and she's woken up by a spirit at the end of her bed. This woman in a nightgown. And just slept near my bed because she kept seeing her every night. She just slept on the floor for about a month. Now, during that time, I'm just like not thinking too much of it. I don't know why. I didn't think too much of it. Like, oh, it's probably your grandmother. It's fine. Just let her come and visit you. She's protecting you. Well, I get in the shower. It's probably a week after the cleansing. And I'm just... and all the things that go through your head in a shower, you're just like talking about your grocery list and all that stuff. And I turn around and there's a very tall man in a suit and a hat in my shower with me.
Creeper. And
again, naked. I don't know why they like to come to me when I'm naked, but they do. I don't like it.
Disarm you.
Yeah. But that was the spirit who had hung himself. It was him. And his message to me was, I'm scared. And that's all I said in the shower. I did cross him over.
Good.
But I was like, all right, we need to set some new boundaries, spirits. Can we not come in the shower or when I'm naked? This is getting ridiculous.
Can you elaborate a bit? I'm very curious on what your process is like and I guess it might vary depending on what kind of spirit we're talking about, whether it's just like a normal, just like dude or like a baddie, what your process is like of crossing over a being in your astral state.
Okay. Yeah. So whenever, and we did one of these recently at the Haunted Hill House in Mineral Wells. And, there's a lot of demonic energy in that house. So For this particular one, it was a human spirit who had committed suicide. And this person came through because it was attached to somebody else. It wasn't even a part of the house. So this was really interesting because I didn't come here for that spirit. I came to see all the wild shit that happens there. But this one was more difficult because there was demons coming through. They said their name. I won't repeat it because I don't want to conjure anything. But they were asking for all kinds of things, sexual favors, you name it.
Creeps.
And
Right, the
so
demon shit.
Yeah.
So for this one, since this house is so active, I actually had to anchor on to Phoenix and my friend Josh and hold on to them because I knew that I would be overtaken if I didn't hold on to them. And since Phoenix is such light energy, she's so strong, I knew I could hold on to her and she would lead me back essentially to my body and keep my body protected. Because what happens is I have to go into that in-between realm completely and lead them into the next space.
Does it look any different?
Which is like, oh yeah, it kind of, it depends on where they are. Some of them, like, are where they passed away, and some of them are in what I would describe as, like, the shadows, I guess. I don't really know
like
what to call that, but
kind of place.
yeah, it's like this spirit, since she had so much guilt from committing suicide, she was in a space to where there was other spirits holding her back, basically.
Oh.
And so you can't see anything. It's like almost like foggy and dark. So there's not like a lot of light. You're far from that. And once you're passed away for so long and in that in-between space, it gets difficult to pass over.
Why do you think that is? Why is that?
My theory is because you get more comfortable. Your spirit gets more comfortable. I think there's a lot of confusion. So I don't think, especially younger spirits, know that they're dead.
Yeah.
So they're basically trying to get back to what we would call normal.
That is
but
sad.
there's not, and they have to realize that, and most times they don't. I think that's a lot of what hauntings are. Because I think there's like a classic haunting, and then there's energetic imprints that happen, and that's where you're going to see the white lady in the gown at 7 o'clock, and everybody sees it. It's a phantom.
Yeah. Now, to kind of touch on what you said earlier about having to anchor yourself to other people's energy and other people's kind of white light, I guess, to find your way. Has there ever been a time where you thought you maybe weren't gonna make it back to your body? Like, or, I mean, is there ever been a time that you've been on the other side and you were just like, I gotta get out of here. I'm scared.
Oh, for sure. There was this one time I did this really messed up. My friend, I call her a friend now just because I've cleansed her so many times. She had brought back this disgusting energy, all these spirits. I don't even know how many she brought back. Basically, she went into this house. She's a realtor. And she is such a pure spirit. She's just like, she has so much trust that all those spirits just latched onto her. They were like doing all kinds of Ouija boards in this house and running it out as an Airbnb, and had like a coffee table and a kitchen table painted Ouija board. So people were just opening up portals and leaving them.
Just let's play. Wow.
Right. So she gets curious and she goes in and she looks around. She hated the energy. She runs out. I think she called me a week later. So I go to her and I start cleansing out this energy. There was too much. We couldn't do it in one time. So I literally had to trap whatever spirit, the major one, was jumping through the mirrors in the house. And so we had to take down all the mirrors. We had to cover all the mirrors. And her bed frame was like made of glass and mirrors. So we had to cover all of that. It was a pain in the ass. And this house is old. So
this house is just built for spirits. Jeez.
Yes. Yeah. So I go back and there's more there. So I start the death walk and there is multiple spirits there. There is a large spirit who kind of looks like a bear, but it's obviously like negative entity, and it's doing covering of some sort. So it's trying to scare me this way. Then there's this hag, basically, this demonic energy, and dressed in a hag's body, naked, dirty. And there is a priest that has like blacked out eyes.
I don't like that.
And it looks like black's coming out of his eyes. I don't know.
Are they picking things that they think are scary and wearing them, or is that what they look like?
I think they're trying to freak me out. Yeah. Like I don't want to stay too long, right? So basically I'm like they come at different times. So I'm in a different room. My body's in the living room. My spirit is in the garage. And the priest is going through 5 taxidermy deer heads. Like bouncing like a pinball machine. Ew. So it's hard to pin it down. Yeah. And while I'm doing that, I can see the hag trying to enter my body.
No.
Oh, like your physical, like in the other room?
Yes, with my physical body. Yeah. So one of my guides had protected me during that time. And there's shit knocking around in the house. You can hear it with your ears, like your outer ear, not your inner ear. And whenever I came back and I told her, and because I had to release it, this one took a long time. I had to do a full cleansing on her, make sure she didn't have any more attachments. Like that was probably the closest call, I would say.
That's gross. I hate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's intense. Thank you.
Yeah, and these spirits were more powerful than most because they were able to give me visuals in my regular seeing, my physical eyes, not my third eye. I was able to see one of her statues turn its head. So it's a jaguar.
And this is in the physical.
This is in the physical. And it turns its head, and it's a decapitated head.
Don't like that. No.
Oh
and
my God.
It still has the body, but it's decapitated. Later, I found out that there was a story from the house that she came from, that there was a headless girl.
Oh.
So that fucked with me for a few days.
Yeah, I get that.
So what would you call that kind of spirit? So I'm going to guess that those are clearly not human. Is everything that isn't human demon, or are there different categories to go with here?
I think there's different categories. That's demonic, I would say.
For sure, yeah.
Negative, right? But then there's I think alien.
I feel that
energy.
Yeah, for sure.
And then I definitely think that there's also just manifested energies.
Oh yeah.
And I think that, and this is not from me, this is from Phoenix. She was telling me about how fear and anxiety and those things can become energy and manifest into something bigger.
Oh yeah.
And I do believe that those energies can get trapped in certain areas.
I often wonder sometimes, like you were talking about when you have entities that have been dead for a long time and they get lost. Is it possible that you can have entities, or if you've ever maybe even come across any that were human but are dead and angry and rage-ridden for so long, they just get corrupted and turn into something else?
Like a wraith.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So there was that people are truly evil sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a factory that had been turned into a apartment complex that I went to, and I went to do a clearing. And these people just kept talking about this man, this money man, and they would hear like somebody playing with coins, but nobody was there. So I went to this place. It was very active. This one was powerful enough that he was able to push over boxes onto somebody.
Okay.
I had channeled the children that he had murdered. So he murdered some children and a mother. And I channeled, like I saw it all in my mind, and these children channeled through me. They're screaming, which was awful.
Yeah.
And then he tried to push over boxes over to somebody. He was evil. He was a murderer. He was trapping spirits there. He was human, but he was not good. I had to do a death walk to get his spirit out of there so the other spirits could release themselves.
Can you speak to what a death walk is?
Yeah, a death walk. So classically, shamanically, a death walk would be when somebody's on their deathbed and they are crossing over. And so they don't get trapped in their body or the in-between. The shaman would help usher their spirit into the next dimension or space.
Okay.
But I call the death walk what I do because I feel close to spirits as well as human interaction like you and I have. So a death walk for me is me ushering them. It doesn't matter how long they've been passed over, and I'm ushering them astrally into the next space.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. So what are some reasons that you think that spirit becomes trapped like this? I know we've all heard the classic ghost, it's unfinished business kind of thing. But what are some reasons, maybe common reasons, that you think we just get stuck?
I think a lot of it has to do with fear. I think when, especially in the past, religion has trapped a lot of people because they think if they pass over, if they don't think they're well, they're going to get judged, that they'll go to hell. So I think it might be fear that they may go to hell. I think it may be fear of what's next and not being around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also a lot of confusion. And also, with the unfinished business, I also think a lot of those spirits, I think it's just a fragment of their spirit, because sometimes when you're dealing with a haunting, you're not dealing with the entire spirit. You're dealing with a fragment of the soul.
Interesting.
So it's not like a normal haunting. It would be, you're just getting one aspect of this person. And if in shamanism, we talk about soul fractures and going and getting parts of your soul fragments back. And I think that's a lot to do with it, is just like sometimes in traumatic situations, your soul fragments off, and death is like a pretty traumatic encounter. Maybe the most extreme one we'll ever encounter.
So do you, the fragmentation of the soul, do you, this is something that can happen while you're still alive, I guess?
Oh, absolutely. I had a soul fragment retrieval, soul retrieval done. And I was brought 6 pieces of my fragmented soul just from this lifetime.
Oh, shit.
And
Did you feel better?
I felt better, but it also changed a lot of things for me.
Yeah, I would bet so.
Yeah.
Because you're like operating at, let's say, 80%. And then you get 20% more, and you don't need the same relationships because your frequency is different. So maybe those things don't mesh.
Yeah.
So maybe you lose
everything.
friends, or maybe you lose your husband, or maybe you lose your job, or, you know, can go down all kinds of different ways.
Wow. I want some of that.
So have you ever then, on that note, you know, the fragmented souls or whatnot, have you ever had to, I don't know if this would fall under retrieval or like exercising a living human's spirit who's still alive?
Yeah, like the soul fragments.
Yeah, like are they like kind of personified? Like are they like a spirit in its own, but the person's just not passed?
Yes, I've done this for clients, and it's when their aura is open, it has holes in it, and then I go in and there's an entity attached, right? And then there's a part of some of their spirit that they had fragmented off in some situation, and I'll retrieve that for them as well.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm so fascinated by the whole process. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, I know it's a Halloween episode, so like focus on spooky, but I also just want to like at some point sit down and just talk.
So is there anything that you would like to talk about in particular, just on what you do and what people don't know perhaps?
You know, I think people would be surprised at how many spirits are near us at all times. And, well, I say that, but then, you know, my ex-husband told me nothing weird's happened since we've separated, and he's going to leave the house alone. So. Oh, I feel like, I don't know. I've just experienced so much, and this has been a very strange year, especially. And I actually have a pretty interesting story. You know, I practice witchcraft, and I got really sick, and my mother, she came and she visited me to take care of me. I was in thriving pain. I was at the top of a contraction, like giving birth with no reason for it. And I knew why it was happening. It was from a ritual I had done. And the entity I was working with, the deity, she was basically cleansing me. And it was like a very painful cleansing. And this had gone on for 5 or 6 days. My mom drove from Florida to come take care of me and my kids, because it would happen from like 5 a.m. and I'd be woken up and it would end around 3 or 4.
That's awful.
Wow.
So I had her start sleeping in my room, and I was sleeping in my kids' bedroom with them. And I'd done a lot of rituals, and I have the altar for this deity in that room, and my mother starts hearing singing of this goddess. She starts hearing it, and this is not my mother's gift. I was raised very Christian. I was raised Baptist and non-denominational. I was not allowed to celebrate Halloween. I wasn't allowed to do anything that was satanic. So, you know, that's kind of where I came from. But she has changed a lot over the years, and she's a lot more open. And she actually helped me with one of the rituals.
Oh, that's amazing.
So she hears the spirit singing, and then it starts giving her orders. You need to do this. You need to go pick up this crystal. You need to pick up this herb. You need to go wake up Jordyn and tell her she needs to sleep in here. I need to talk to her.
Oh.
And so my mom, with wide eyes, comes and she puts both of her hands on my shoulder and just like shaking me like, Jordyn. And I just like wake up like, what? And she's like, she's talking to me again. She keeps singing. She told me to give you these. She just like throws some crystals on top of me. I'm like in a dead sleep. She's like, I can't be in there you need to sleep in there. I'll sleep in here. It's fine. I'm old, but it'll be fine. So I'm like, what the hell? I just like take all these like items that she just gave me, and I like go in there. And I could hear the singing too. And this went on for about a week.
Oh man.
So not quite a ghost.
Yeah.
But
if you're going to hear anything, I think I'd rather hear like the singing of a deity than some creepy shower man ghost whispering in my ear.
Hell yeah.
I mean, you know, you had to pick.
Oh yeah. You know, whenever we were at the haunted house hotel, I'm a physical medium. I'm a medical medium, so I can feel the things they want me to feel in my body. So whenever we first started it, I could feel the spirits. One had passed away from getting hung. One had gotten shot in the head. I'm feeling these sensations as we're going through the house and we're talking about them. And there's about 4 psychics there. So we're all picking up on very different things. There's a lot of energy bouncing through. And this one is that one house that has a lot of the demonic energy. And there was no air conditioning, so it literally felt like hell.
That's the worst.
And it was July in Texas. So we went upstairs and I could hear these demons chatting and telling me these, like, not terrible. Like, actually, demons are pretty funny, but they have a great sense of humor, but they're also terrible. Like, that's the thing. And they were just telling me all kinds of stuff about the people I was with. Oh. Very, very intimate things.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? Wait, no. And that night was a very active night. There was like energy that was behind me, and all of these ghost hunters have like all the equipment, so they have more than just the spirit box. They have like all the heat equipment that's showing it, and all of this stuff is lighting up. There's things that are going off in the house while these energies are talking to me. And then the whole house smelled like roses for a moment. It was very cool. And if y'all remember from the seance we did, we smelled all that maple bacon.
Yes! I have not forgotten about that. I have thought back. Okay, here's the thing. I've thought back to many experiences that happened at that retreat many different times. But that night in particular changed a lot of things for me. And I believed anyway, but seeing things happen in the flesh and seeing people who have that communication that I have it with earth spirits, but not really with human. And seeing that, and then me actually, I don't know if it's just because everybody's energy was together, but me being able to pick up on that sense, that smell, when I normally can't do that, blew my mind apart. I could not believe that. It was incredible.
I remember everybody was like, who has somebody that they lost who really, really liked pancakes or breakfast? And we were all called. You too. It was just such a community. It was just such a that one in particular. Everyone just kind of sitting around and to me, for some reason, that's a memory that I have. That's like everyone was very. It doesn't always have to be scary, I guess, is the point.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what was such a changer for me, was that it was a powerful experience and not a frightening one. And that was interesting.
Yeah, that was an interesting night. Everybody got a lot of messages that they needed, I think, especially the ones who have somebody close that had passed away.
I definitely have not been a part of something quite like that since.
No.
And I think we learned a lot. One of the things that we do, and we don't talk about that experience that weekend a whole lot, just to be respectful of everybody who was there and yada, yada. But one thing we have talked about on the podcast is how you actually taught us this concept of feeling, kind of holding the herb in our hands and letting us have,
oh my God, that changed everything.
Yeah, basically not just saying, okay, so this is cinnamon, so that means it's fire, and here's the properties, but sort of feeling it out and having it tell you what it's good for. And that's something that we both have really, really clung and stuck to, and
leaned in too hard.
leaned in very hard. And that kind of leads me into my next question. And this one is about Moonlights Apothecary. I just kind of wanted to know, what are the aspects of your practice or your craft or whatever that you put into your products with Moonlights?
Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you got use out of that. That's come in really handy for me. Yeah, so I work with plant medicine, so all of the herbs, and I use a lot of crystals because of the frequency and the vibration of them. And then I use the moon phases. I'm very interwebbed with the moon. I'm a Cancer moon, and I have 4 placements in Cancer.
Oh my gosh.
Which is ruled by the moon. So I am very moon-based. I feel every shift that she brings forward. So I work in the moon phases, whether it's the zodiac of the moon that it's in, like Scorpio moon, or waning, waxing, full, new, all of that. And I also interplay a lot of astrology aspects. This has been a very active year astrology-wise, so a lot of new things coming forward, a lot of power. And then, of course, I'm a Reiki master, and I do walk a shamanic path. So all of that with the weaving of the witch and the spells and all of that, I just kind of make a whole big batch of energy, like a boomerang of energy, and put it into everything. So it's just, each thing is a little different, and they each get charged just a little bit differently, but I'll do the crystal grids and I'll power them up energetically with my own energy, and working with deities and that kind of thing. So it's expansive now. I've started in cold process soaps because I was in culinary school and I learned way too much about the food industry and all of our healthcare. So I began making deodorant, toothpaste, and then soaps, working closely with essential oils, becoming an aromatherapist whenever I was a massage therapist. And then it just kind of expanded, and I started meshing my practice. Whenever I was back in the broom closet, I wouldn't tell people exactly what was happening with my products. But now that I am out and proud of the broom closet, I have the soaps, and I'm now making oils. And they're more for dressing and powering up mojo bags and poppets and that kind of thing, dressing candles. And I have the potions, which are also multi-use, and the spell kits and tinctures and fixed candles. I just have a little bit of everything, bath brews. I try to make it accessible for everybody, because it's kind of like, I want my power to stand next to your power when you're casting, because essentially whenever you have more energy in it, it's kind of like 2 or 3 witches standing together instead of just one. That makes a bigger energy field.
Cool. I'm such a nerd. That gave me chills.
That's a really nice way to think about it, though. And I really like that, especially, and I've thought about that before. I mainly use your soaps because I'm big on bath magic. I'm big on the bath. And I've picked up on that, and just the feeling of it, the feelings that come off of it. And they are different. And I don't think it's psychological, like different bars make me feel different ways, and they just do. And I think that's fascinating. I really, really do. It's definitely energetically, because, here's the thing. I take a lot of baths. I use a lot of bath shit. Like, I know what does that and what doesn't, and like the one that comes to my mind the most
Thank you.
is the Fool bar that you made from your tarot series. And that one, here's the thing, I don't really know much about tarot, and I'm a rune reader, and so I didn't know anything about it, but I saw it and was like, I need to get that. And so I ordered it, and I was using it, and it would just make me feel this certain way, and I was like, God damn it, I love this bar. And then I like actually read the description on your site, and I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Shit.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
I love
it. Yeah. So the Fool, being the first, the 0 is like all about faith, blind faith, and taking big leaps and jumps, basically starting something brand spanking new. Well, my mom, I sent her a bar of this, and her husband were using it. She didn't tell me what she was using, but she just like got a wild hair up her ass, and she kept talking about like, we're moving, we're leaving Florida, we're buying land, we're going to Colorado, we're not coming back. I was like, what kind of soap are you using right now? She's like, I don't know, it has green in it, right? So this goes on for weeks, that she's looking for a different place. Now she's trying to move to Texas, she's trying to move to Oregon, all these places. And then she calls me, she's like, I figured it out. I figured out what soap it was. We put it away. And I was like, what soap?
We put it away.
She's like, we're not going anywhere. We're here.
Seriously, it charged me up. And like, I would be in the bath, and like, I would just get like this. And it would have been helpful. And it is now when I use it. I still have it, and I don't use it super. It's like one of my ones that I bust out when I need to. But since I didn't know what it was for, I would be filled with like all of this intense energy and nowhere to point it, because I didn't know where it came from. I was like, why does this feel so intense? Mace, so now we're good. But
you need to put it away. Mace, put it away.
Yeah, I've put it away.
I love it.
Well, as now for when I need to kick the doors in. Like, it's my go-to for when like I have to do something that is like, I need to fucking kick the doors in. It's my bar, and I love it.
Do you have a personal favorite line that you do?
I would say "Witch Bitch" is my signature.
Yeah.
We swear to God, we didn't like try to steal that from you.
We didn't take that.
Oh man, it's such an interesting one, because I wasn't going to make this one public. This one was like the one I mixed for myself. And my ex-husband was like, I love that witchy smell. Like, you should make a witchy bar of that. And I was like, no, like, I'm trying to help people. Like, this is like back in the day. Like, I don't know what I could even do with this one, because I mixed it up for my postpartum depression. And the doctors would not take me off of the antidepressants I was on at the time. They made me feel crazy. So I started mixing that up and eating dark chocolate. And I was able to get off my antidepressants alone and wean off. I wasn't on them for very long, but I did not like the way it felt. So I would wear that, and it would control my anxiety, my depression. I charged it with beauty and confidence, and just like an amplifier for magic. So I would say that one is like my go-to. Yeah. I really do love the love spell, because it's all about self-love and self-empowerment. And it helps other people see you in your true form and not like a way to use you. But then the White Witch is like, they gave that recipe to me, and that's the only one that's been given to me in that form. So it's difficult to pick. I use them all. Like, the one I don't like to use very often is the Death Bar, because what a mess that one's gonna make. It's like almost like Kali Ma, just like punching you in the face. She's like, get your shit together, bam, like, oh.
Okay, I guess.
All right.
I haven't used the Devil Bar. Like, I made the Devil Bar, and that energy, like, every time I make a bar, I go through those energies for about a week. And once I made the Devil Bar, that was a weird week. So
it's like, I don't need to use you. I've felt you for 5 days now. We're cool.
We're good. Put it away.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I will hold space for anybody. It was a fun week, though. I'll tell you what. Like, I had a great time.
Oh my gosh. So if you want to just tell everybody where they can find you, all your socials, what's up, website, upcoming projects, let us know.
Okay, yes, you can find me on Instagram at Moonlights Apothecary, and then on Facebook, Moonlights Apothecary Readings. I'm not the Moonlights Apothecary anymore. Like, something got crazy, and it's just not there anymore. Or you can, of course, find me at www.moonlightsapothecary.com.
Lovely. It's been so fun talking to you. Spooky.
It really has.
But also a really lovely time. There's a lot of hope, as we found out with these spooky sods. There's the spooky shit, and that's awful and terrible, but there's also a lot of light and hope. So thank you for kind of keeping that balance today.
Thank you for having me on. It's great to talk to you.
Well, I'm going to kick off the listener spooky stories. I have a listener story from Danielle. All of the experiences are still very vivid in my mind, even though this all happened around 6 years ago, probably between 2014 and 2015. I was 17, 18 at the time, and I lived with one of my brothers as he had asked me to move in with him. I don't regret moving in with him in any way, and there were a lot of positive memories in this house. But in this email, I'm going to do my best to recount the spooky ones. There are a lot of them, and I have to say that to this day, I'd never experienced anything that felt this ominous before or since. I refused to speak of the occurrences while in that house because I knew it could hear me, and I knew it would act very soon afterwards. So, in 2014, I moved in with my older brother, and I was really looking forward to the experience of living with him instead of at home. I was still in my final year of high school, so I wasn't entirely independent just yet, but it was exciting nonetheless. Being more sensitive to spirits for as long as I can remember, I always get a strange feeling when going into a more active location. I just didn't know it was going to be the way it was at this house. I'm not sure if it was my excitement of moving out of my parents' house or the beautiful layout of the new home and the fact that we got a hold of the entire house for a great deal. Low rent, all utilities on site, huge backyard, and 2 stories with a very large, although unfinished, basement. Unfinished basements are the fucking worst. Okay. I just didn't sense the darkness of what resided there until after I experienced a taste. Something that then and now makes me shiver at the thought of why the previous tenants left these there were the countless very wide and large mirrors sitting along the walls of every level of the house. Ew, you walk in and there's just a bunch of mirrors? That's gross. Now, I never liked mirrors. I always knew that they were ways of seeing into the other sides of our world and into the next. I knew things could be captured in them and peer out to you from behind them. And I still regret moving all of them with my brother. We kept them all, never got rid of any of them. And there were so many. We actually were constantly finding more throughout the house as we lived there.
Oh. I don't like where this is going.
I never felt alone in that house in a very uncomfortable way. I felt as though someone were always glaring down at me, breathing down my neck. And the very first night I spent there, I spent it in the house alone.
I'm going to vom. No fucking way.
My brother went to Winnipeg for a concert with friends and spent the night in the other city. I wasn't about to stop him, even though I felt uncomfortable staying there alone on my first night. I had no reasonable way of explaining my heavy fear that built throughout the day as the night drew nearer. And so I was alone. I stayed up real late. But no way in hell was I staying up until 3 a.m. No way, honey. Nope. Let me quickly explain the layout. I feel that though, like you're staying up late and then 3 o'clock is approaching. You're like, I should go to sleep really quick.
I need to go. I'm gonna blip into a different existence.
Yes. Let me quickly explain the layout of this place leading towards my room for some context. All the bedrooms were on the second floor. There's 3. And the bathroom is up there as well. My brother, naturally, took the largest bedroom, and I took the mid-sized one. Both bedrooms were pretty big, though, if I'm being honest. And the 3rd bedroom would really be ideal only as a nursery or a small child's room. My brother suggested I set it up as an art room for me to have as a studio. And he didn't have to tell me twice. As soon as you walk in the front door of the house, you immediately see a very steep staircase in front of you. To the left of the doorway, you can see into the first living room, which then opened into a secondary living room type space that my brother used as a music studio, and then into the kitchen, and then into the very back. I'll describe more of the place though when it comes up. When you look,
man, other than like all of the trapped monsters in the mirrors, that's kind of a cool fucking pad.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a great place. I mean, lovely layout. You just got to deal with a little bit of demons. When you look up the stairs, you can clearly see my bedroom doorway. I hate that. To the left is the very small 3rd bedroom. And on the immediate left wall is the washroom. And on the wall kind of behind you when you're going up the stairs is my brother's room. So your girl has the very splendid clear view of those top steep ass stairs and into the foyer down to the front. That's why I hate it.
Damn it.
That's why I fucking hate it. That first night, I had the creepiest lurking feeling. I told myself the entire time it was because I was in a big, very old, almost original to the town kind of house. And I was used to there always being someone else home or the family cat close by. Being a tea fiend, I made myself a nice big cup of tea and started making my way into my own bedroom. I've always been wary of the dark inside any house. I wouldn't say I'm afraid of the dark, as I love the night. I would say I'm afraid of what comes out during the night in very old homes. This house had that effect hugely, in the kind of way that you turn off the lights only when necessary, and as you feel the primal urge to sprint your way across the room to safety. The worst of that feeling came when I turned out all the lights and started going up the stairs to my bedroom. I hate that, having to turn the lights off and run up the freaking stairs.
I do it no matter whose house it fucking is. I'm there. I'm doing it.
Trying not to spill scalding hot tea on myself as I did that weird fast walk run up the stairs. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed and watched. So I turned around to turn off the upstairs hall light and naturally looked down the stairs to see him for the first time. We looked at each other. I was frozen for those moments, not in the I have to get the fuck out kind of way, but in the if I look away, something bad is going to happen kind of way. He was a dark shadow figure, a tall man, likely middle-aged or somewhere between 50 and 60 in his presented form. Completely black as shadow figures are. As many of them as I've seen in my lifetime, I've never actually been afraid of them. I feel that they are more messengers or spirits who are there to warn me of something negative that may come if I'm not careful. I didn't get that feeling from this man at all. He was a hat man. Although I don't feel that he was the hat man, he was himself. And who he was in that moment told me that him alone was the owner of the house, and that I was not even a visitor, but someone who knowingly was intruding on his space. I got the feeling that he was showing himself to me to let me know where my place in that house was, and that while he might let me stay there, it was not my home and it never would be. And we stared at each other.
That's kind of fucking judgy.
Yeah, fucking rude ass. Although, if I'm a ghost and I think the house is mine and people start to live there, I'm kind of going to be like, who are you? My house.
Yeah, so wait a minute. I'm going to look down out of my bedroom in a brand new house on a new night, or in a new, first night. I'm going to see a man, black shadow man, and hear all of these words in my head of him being like, you bitch, you need to get out. I don't know
Get out.
how I would cope with that.
I think I might do an overcorrection and get really aggro and just be like, this is,
see, that's
whose
how
name is on the fucking writ?
Reflexively, I would just scream like, get the fuck out. Like it would just come out of me. Oh.
And then
or I would just crumple and fall down the stairs right into his fucking feet. I don't know. One of those two things.
I would turn into a slimy liquid and just seep through the floorboards. Oh, I got the feeling that he was showing himself to me. We stared. It was not my home, and it never would be. We stared at each other for a few very long moments before he turned and walked into the living room again. Needless to say, I dipped straight into my bedroom and locked the door. The hall light stayed the fuck on. Even though the lock on my door was just one of those little old school locks you can lift and set the little hook in the ring. Mm-hmm. The door was so warped, it never really closed properly. I felt so much safer with it locked, knowing he could come in anyway if he wanted to. Weird how that works. Yeah. I never told anyone about that night until years later. It still makes me shake thinking about it. After that one, it's hard to say which experience came next for sure. But I can tell you for sure that shortly after, my eating disorder and my depression began to suddenly flourish. Along with the night terrors I had begun to experience about a year or two prior to moving there, the dreams became exhausting. And to this day, I feel that none of that is a coincidence. And from here, some of these stories sound so completely unbelievable that I'm almost afraid to tell them because they sound so entirely out there crazy. But I swear on all that is pure and good in this world that all of them are true. This email is actually very difficult to write. I didn't expect it to be so draining, so I don't think I'll be able to fit as many stories into this one email as I had hoped, but I'm not going to leave it off on just that first story. There are so many. The experiences, regardless of how plentiful they are, came on quite gradually after the initial introduction of our shadow man. Well, that's nice. You get the big one up front, and then it just kind of tapers off for a little while. It would be more typical things, if you want to put it that way, in the beginning. I would see our shadow man out of the corner of my eye constantly, often a little too clearly for comfort. Things would move around. Cupboards would open on their own. I would hear a door slam often when I wasn't home alone, and my skeptic brother always had some explanation for it. Saying the wind blew it shut when there's no windows open. Like, come on, dude, you know that's a lie. I never liked the basement either. I mean, so many basements, finished or not, have a creepy vibe to them. But I've never felt so unwelcome in a basement before. Its energy was so dark and sad and angry. I hated that basement. I still do. And later, I found out why. I still wish I hadn't. Let's just leave it saying that some doors should never be opened. And once they're open, it's almost impossible to keep them shut. People don't say that for no reason. And living in that house, I learned all too well firsthand why shut and hidden doors should stay that way. And what's lovely is that I found that the door to the basement was the one that was slamming. Although I'd much rather it slam shut than the small amount of times I watched it open. It also didn't take me long to notice how our shadow figure never went up to the second floor of our house. It always felt so much safer up there. I could feel a sudden air of peace in that way. There was still that heaviness that could never be escaped anywhere in that house. I still don't know the exact reason for him not going up to that floor, but I did my best not to question it. Although now I think maybe I should have, because as much as he wouldn't go up there, there was still the feeling of not ever being alone. And I heard things up there all the time. Things would draft up to the second floor from the vents, the faintest of cries that made me think that maybe I was really going crazy. Sometimes laughter, which really made me question my sanity. More on that later, because all of this shockingly turned out to have an eerie explanation. Never a full explanation, but I should have known from the start that those sounds were coming up from the basement. I just didn't put it together until much later. The activity in the house, as I said earlier, was a gradual build. Things would happen, like the sound of the kitchen getting torn apart for me to walk in there and everything was perfectly fine. Eventually, our hat man began to get more bold in showing himself to me. I would see him standing right behind me in reflections at night. Now that I think about it, it was always when I was in the kitchen that it would happen. The kitchen was always very cold compared to the rest of the house. What I thought was particularly strange about it was that it was like the cold was coming up from the floor. The floor was so cold all the time, it was like it filled the entire room. And in that kitchen is where I began to paint at nights when I couldn't sleep. As I sat there, of course, I didn't feel alone, but that's what the new was like. The table would begin to shake violently. The same way it would shake is as if you and I were to grab it and shake it with all of our might. That also was gradual. I thought it was happening because of me at first. Eventually, when it would start happening, I would back away from the table to see if it would continue, and I would just watch it shake and then abruptly stop. The shaking became more violent as time went on, which was really getting annoying. So I would just talk out loud to it, saying things like, "Come on, man, I'm not trying to bother anyone here. I just can't sleep
You
and I
are
want to
literally
paint."
bothering me.
Yes. Dude, I'm just trying to get my paint on, which surprisingly always seemed to help it stop. Just one of those things, I guess. It's a very chill, very chill way of explaining. Just one of those things, when your table shakes violently. Open up strong with a hat man.
Hat man.
Hat man. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Shaking your tables, hat man.
I'm a hat man. Listen,
yes.
I have a story for you from Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
I'm coming,
Elizabeth.
I'm coming, Elizabeth. I am now a secondary school teacher, but right after I left university, I worked in heritage museums and old houses in different parts of the UK. The following 3 stories all happened in one National Trust house, and I was going to say Worcester because I'm uncultured swine, but she very sweetly put in parentheticals Worcester, so thank you. England.
Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah, which I can't name because I'm still in touch with the people who work there, and they will deny all of this because it doesn't fit the aesthetic in the that the National Trust wants to promote. Look, we've experienced that firsthand. I get it.
Yeah.
Although a little Googling will probably let you find it. The house has a long history with the land around it, and I have to express from the start that I loved working there. I felt such a deep connection with the building and the stories, and as Macy recently said about old houses, I felt that the building was alive. I have family in the area and still go back to see the house now. I'm getting like mad Bly Manor vibes from this. Story number one.
Oh, there it is.
As part of my job, I was often the first in or the last out of the building, unlocking or locking as required, and there were many parts of the house in which I felt watched or unwelcome. What was always so strange to me was that there were areas in which I felt safe and protected as well. If anything, this made the unwelcome areas feel even more stressful. You have to imagine an early 20s, straight out of university, woman running around a dark house like something out of a B-grade horror movie with full knowledge of the fact that I was not alone. In the house, there are 2 main staircases, and as part of my routine, I would sweep them every morning. They were marble, spiraling, and had iron wrought banisters. Within the first few months of working there, I began to notice that whenever I walked past the staircase, my eyes would be pulled to a spot on the staircase where the spiral brought you up to the 2nd floor. There was never any obvious reason for this, and I never saw anything there, but every single damn time I walked past, I would look. I almost couldn't control it. It was like I was looking at something but couldn't see what it was. About 5 months into my time there, something strange started happening. Now, as a side note, I had known from the first day that occasionally visitors would get really dizzy and sick at different parts of the house. This had this apparently has been happening for years, and although the staff know, no one will officially discuss it. About 5 months in, I was talking to another member of the staff when we heard over the radio that another visitor had come over dizzy and was in the pantry, one of the cooler rooms, and was being seen to. After a little prying, it turned out that there were 2 hot spots the staff were aware of in the house. One in a bedroom where one of the ladies of the house had shut herself away to die from lead poisoning. I never saw anything in this room, but my gods, I hated it. I always felt as if I was being shouted at whenever I went in there. However, my mom once told me that she felt the room was morosely sad. The other was the spiral staircase, because that, as it turned out, was where one of the serving maids hanged herself in the late 1800s after falling pregnant with the master's child. Our on-site historian once stood at the bottom of the staircase and pointed to the spot they found her hanging. It was, of course, the exact spot I'd been staring at for months.
Shit!
That's unfortunate.
It's very sad. Also, how Victorian is it to lock yourself away to die in a room of lead poisoning?
Dude, seriously? Okay, that book that I just finished reading is in like the early 1700s, and everything is lead painted. And like children's toys are all lead painted. Like you buy them lead painted children's toys, just like, oh no. Story number 2. The other thing you need to know about heritage is that there is a lot of cleaning involved. Old houses get dusty real damn fast. This means that I did a lot of dusting and hoovering in my role. One day I had gotten in early, and as far as I knew it, it was only me and my female work mum in the building. She wrote mum. I love it. Oh. She was downstairs in the basement, very bright, not at all creepy, as it was our main base of operations. And I was on the ground floor hoovering one of the gallery rooms. Very gradually, I remember becoming aware of being able to hear male voices talking. I turned off. I love it being called a hoover in hoovering. It makes me so happy.
Hoover. They're from the UK, right? Is that what they said?
Yeah. Yeah, well, and they say it in Letterkenny a lot, and I know that's Canadian, but they say the same thing, like you hoover this and hoover that. Granted, half the time they're talking about like hoovering cocaine, but I know what they mean. They mean vacuuming.
All right.
I turned off the hoover, listened for a second, and then carried on hoovering. It sounded like my boss and his boss talking upstairs, and figured he just hadn't had the time to come in and say hello yet. Half a minute passes, and then I hear my work mom calling me. I turn off the hoover, go to the staircase, which goes both upstairs to the next floor and down to the basement, to see my work mom looking up at me expectantly. I say, "Is everything all right?" And she looks a little confused. "You just called me," she said. "No, I didn't," I said. From upstairs, we both hear male voices and say, "Maybe it was Bill and Ben," not real names, "upstairs calling you." She calls up and the voices stop. She gets up 3 stairs when the basement door opens, and in from outside walks Bill, my boss, and he wanted us to know that Ben wasn't coming in today.
Great.
Wonderful.
Awful.
I hate mimicry.
I was just about to say it. Why is it trying to sound like your boss? Gross.
Story number 3. This final one shook me the most. The house is very old, even by British standards. It's an old house, and it has many occupants and many stories. The final owners of the house as a grand private estate were a couple who, by all accounts, were lovely people. They gave a lot to the local community. They served in the war, and they were very proper, read as rich, fancy Victorian, early 1900s people. The lady of the house always fascinated me. She ran the house and estate, and by all accounts, the local area prospered under her watchful gaze. There are a few paintings of her in the house, my favorite being the last one done of her. She was in her late 70s in the painting, wearing her hair up in a white Victorian-style bun, and wearing an absolutely stunning old-style dress, which probably had a corset and all sorts of upholstery. You know the kind. The room, which used to be her study, is sadly one of the most run down in the building, owing to damp problems. And so all that remains to mark the space as hers is an old writing desk and this fantastic, imposing painting. The study room never felt unsafe to me. In fact, I always quite felt welcomed, if a little watched, and would make a point to say hello to the lady of the house, always a good idea, whenever I came through the room on my rounds in the morning and evening. I was, and still am, a solid worker. When I agree to a job, I give it my all, and my time at the house was no different. I didn't slack on my duties. I went above and beyond where possible, and always tried to be respectful to the entities and spirits which lived in the building. However, on my last day, I had somewhat clocked out mentally. Morning rounds were exhausting, and whilst I had done my morning duties, I didn't then bounce around the house to see what else I could do. Instead, I found a quiet step on the marble staircase just opposite and to the left of the office and started going through Facebook. 10 minutes pass with nothing to note, and then out of the corner of my eye, I see movement. I can describe it to you in perfect detail because all these years later, I still remember the way the breath caught in my throat. She floated out of the room and stood in the doorway. I couldn't bring myself to look directly at her face, but I could see the bottom of her old Victorian-style dress, white, slightly translucent, and I could see the outline of the rest of her body in the peripheral of my vision. At first, I froze, and so did she. It felt exactly like when you're younger and you get caught doing something you shouldn't be doing. There's that moment of time, freezing, where the adult processes the thing that you're doing and you have just enough time to think, oh crap. Then she moved bloody fast. The figure started approaching me and I flew down the stairs apologizing as I went. The lady of the house does not like slackers.
Damn.
Yeah, you're goddamn right she doesn't. Motherfuck.
Jesus. You take one day off.
Your last day, too.
Day.
Maybe that's why she's upset.
Yeah, I'd like to think that.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, to be honest, when they wrote, it was the last day and I had clocked out mentally, I was like, how does that feel to not always be clocked out mentally when you're working a job?
Oh my God.
I have a story for you, crafted by Jordyn Moon. Crafted makes it sound as if it's not true, so scratch that. Crafted. Handcrafted. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, spending weekdays with my mom and weekends with my dad. My dad's side of the family has always been touched or gifted, as my grandmother puts it. Most of us have abilities, but the women on my father's side of the family seem to be the most gifted. These abilities range from empaths to full-blown mediums. I am a psychic empath, and my grandmother is a medium. I was about 7 or 8 years old and was spending the weekend with my father. This particular weekend, my aunt was moving into her new home with her husband and son. My dad did not want to give up his weekend with me, so he convinced my mom to let me tag along. While he, my uncles, and my aunt moved furniture into the home, my cousin and I were told to stay in his new room and out of the way. When we did, because neither of us wanted to be on the wrong side of my father's temper, my cousin and I sat down on the floor of his new bedroom and played with his Hot Wheels. The room itself did not have any furniture except for a bed frame and an old rocking chair sitting in the corner. Fuck that. The rocking chair was old and made from a dark wood. I remember asking my cousin where the rocking chair came from. My cousin responded that he didn't know where it came from and that it was just there. From before they had even started moving in. Now, I know that this is not a good sign, but as a kid, I didn't think much of it.
Let me tell you something about rocking chairs, okay?
Never
There's not many things in this world that you can set your watch to. You could set your watch to a rocking chair creepily rocking on its own. It just happens.
Oh, yeah.
Old ghosts, well, even in a non-haunted house, they'll wander by, see a rocking chair, and sit in it and just make it rock.
It's like a cardboard box for a cat.
Oh my God, they just got to get in it.
they just have to go and sit in that rocking chair. Oh, remember the rocking chair at the Jefferson?
Fuck,
Or not the
one
Jefferson.
rocked on its own in Mom's fucking house. I'll never forget
I
it.
hate it. I remember feeling a sense of unease as I stared at the chair, but being a child, I shrugged it off and went back to playing. That's another thing. I dare anyone in the world to say that when they look at a rocking chair, they don't feel uncomfortable. You don't. As we are
Yeah, you're right. I like to sit in them if I'm in one. I'm like, oh, this is nice. But like when I'm out of it, I'm just like, I don't trust you. Someone else is in you. Someone's always in you.
Somebody is always sitting you, whether it's me or some old ass ghost. Here's the thing, Mace. You just said it yourself. You're creeped out by them, but you like to sit in them. That's the allure.
I mean, when we die, we're going to find ones to sit. We're going to go hang out at a Cracker Barrel and just sit in those rocking chairs forever. And that's my personal heaven.
Just on the porch with all the rocking chairs just kind of rocking by themselves. Now, okay. As we are playing and laughing, I hear the chair start to creak back and forth. I remember looking up at the chair several times, and each time it would just stop. But as soon as I looked away, the chair would start to creak again. I tried my best to ignore it and continue playing. My cousin seemed unfazed by the creaking, almost as if he couldn't hear it. After several unsolicited creaks, I couldn't take the creaking anymore and looked up at the chair, and that is when I saw her. I saw an old woman. Her skin was transparent. Her hair was black and in a knot on the top of her head. She was wearing dark Victorian-style clothing and looking out of the window as she rocked back and forth.
Is the theme this time going to be old ladies?
Oh my God, it's going to be old Victorian ladies! Yes!
Yeah!
Oh, fuck yeah. She was wearing dark Victorian-style clothing and looking out of the window as she rocked back and forth. I stared at her, frozen in what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably only 1 or 2. As if she sensed me staring, she turned and looked at me. We made eye contact, and she just smiled. But it wasn't a pleasant smile. It was a very menacing, her lips pulling a little too far back in an inhuman way. It almost looked... I'm gonna throw up. My mouth is like watering in that you're about to throw up kind of way. It almost looked how the Joker or It smiled.
No.
She then slowly, oh boy, hold on, buckle up. She then slowly moved her hand over her lap and started to pat her leg as if beckoning me to take a seat. I remember feeling unable to move or speak as I stared at her, but eventually I could whisper my cousin's name. He looked up at me and then in the direction of where I was looking, in the direction of the chair. He must have seen her too because and ran out of the room, leaving me alone.
Oh, that Judas.
Oh. Still in a semi-frozen state, the woman began to frown as if upset that I ignored her invitation to sit with her. She then slowly began to stand out of her chair. At that point, I found my voice and let out a scream, "Daddy!"
There you go.
As she started walking towards me. I back away towards the door and ran smack into my uncle and my father. As I run into my dad's arms crying, he asks in an obviously annoyed manner, "What's the matter? Why are you screaming?" I turn back towards the chair, expecting to see the woman still standing there, but she was gone. I tried my best to tell him what happened, but he just dismissed me, wanting to get back to work. My uncle, being the almost childlike man that he is, went into the room and sat in the chair. He smiled and told me that there was no woman. He laughed, making a show of rocking back and forth in the chair. My dad said that we needed to stop playing around so he could finish up. I specifically remember him telling me and my cousin to take our narrow behinds outside and stay out of the way. That's a phrase I haven't heard in a while. Take your narrow behind.
I haven't either. That's one I've definitely heard, but I haven't heard it in a while.
When my dad and I left that house later in the evening, I remember looking back up at the window where my cousin's room was located. And I kid you not when I say I saw her standing there watching me. I remember turning back and grabbing my dad's hand tightly and almost running to his car. Needless to say, I made a point to not ever spend any time in my cousin's room alone. I remember shortly after the experience telling my grandmother my tale of the old woman in the chair, and she just simply said that women in our family are touched, gifted with sight and feelings. And what I saw was a soul that hadn't passed on. And if I see one again, not to be scared, but just to know that at one point they were alive too. Ever since then, I've seen spirits from time to time. I'll be honest, I'm still not quite used to it. The woman in the rocking chair has stuck with me, and to this day, that rocking chair still sits in the same spot in my cousin's room.
Why?
No one in my family knows where the chair came from or who the woman might be, but I know she's still there, rocking in that chair.
Yeah, here's the thing. I really, really respect you and your opinions that she wasn't bad news, but you don't smile like that if you're not bad news.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I very much am with you and your grandmother on they were once alive. It's just a spirit who hasn't passed on. Don't be afraid. I'm very much with that. But that, maybe it seemed scarier as a child. Like maybe she was just very innocently like, come have a seat. But that doesn't feel like it.
I don't like it. I don't trust her.
All right, let's see if there's another Victorian.
I hope so.
Old biddy in this story.
This was sent in by Jen. I grew up in a small town in southern Indiana called Corydon. Sorry. Which actually used to be the state capital and was home to a lot of history and at least one Civil War battle. When I was little, only about 5 or 6, we lived in an old house that had been built in the late 1800s.
Yeah.
Oh, she's coming. I didn't. I didn't know all of the history of the house, only that my grandparents used to own it, and it's the house my dad grew up in. Looking back now, I think there were at least 2 entities living in the house when I was little. One of the entities was a trickster that would oftentimes appear as a shadow person. They would open up the linen closet, dump the towels and things into the floor, open up doors in the house that would normally be kept shut. When this happened, most of the time my mom would blame my older brother. One time, when she and I were home alone, she discovered a pile of towels on the hallway floor where they appeared to have fallen out of the cabinet outside of the bathroom. Thinking my brother was to blame, she put them away and continued about her day. An hour or so later, when we were still home alone, she heard a sound in the hall and walked in to discover the towels had again been pushed out of the linen closet and on the floor. I was only an infant at the time. When I was a little older, just learning to walk, I was pushing myself around in my walker. Again, my mom and I were home alone. Our basement, another fucking basement.
Basements in Victorian women.
Woof. Our basement was a large, unfinished basement, lovely, concrete room, more like a crawl space under the house that had no lights and a muddy floor, an elevated door that led you to the side yard. The stairs to the basement only came about halfway to the floor and then stopped abruptly in midair about 4 feet from the ground. For this reason, my mother kept the basement door shut and double locked at all times so nobody would fall down the stairs. One day, when my mom was doing dishes in the kitchen, she heard a loud bang from the stairwell, and knowing I was pushing myself around in my walker, quickly went to find the source of the noise. When she rounded the corner, she found that the basement door had been unlocked and opened wide, and I had rolled my walker down the basement stairs. Thankfully, at the end of the stairs where they abruptly dropped off, my walker had wedged itself perfectly between the walls of the stairwell, which kept me from sliding several feet into the muddy basement floor.
Holy crap.
No fucking shit, you're lucky. As I got older, I would see shadows and unexplainable things often. When I was about 4, I was playing in my bedroom and heard a sound coming from the doorway. When I turned to look, I saw a woman with long brown hair like my mom's.
Here she is!
Peek looking around the door frame as if she was spying on me. When she saw that I saw her, she silently pulled back out of sight, and I got up to go look for her, thinking that it was my mom playing hide and seek with me. When I went downstairs to find Mom in the kitchen cleaning, I said, "Mommy, why were you peeking at me?" And she said she had no idea what I was talking about and instructed that she had been in the kitchen the whole time. My mom, being a very Christian woman, had the house blessed by a priest shortly after, and we never had any incidents there again. The next story is actually my dad's from when he was a kid living in the same town. When he was a kid, he used to be a paper boy and delivered papers to the neighborhood behind our house. There was a house just a few blocks down the street where an older woman lived alone, and he would deliver the paper to her house. On Monday, he noticed that the paper from the previous Friday was still laying in her yard. He decided to get off his bike and take the current day's paper to the door and hand it directly to her in case she was unable to get it off the porch easily. After he knocked on the door, the old woman came to the door, thanked him graciously for bringing the paper to her. He then went on about his day, and the following day decided to do the same. However, this time, when he came to the door, a younger woman answered. He asked her how the old woman was doing, and she informed him that she had been found dead in her sleep the week before, and her funeral had been yesterday, the day that he talked to her while delivering the paper to the door. Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That is cool. That's sad.
It's sad. But also, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she's just reading her fucking paper, man.
Listen, not even death is going to stop her from getting them funnies. I have the willies.
I do too.
I've got a story from Eva. So, Eva says, I'm from a very rural part of Lower Bavaria, Germany, where few people live and basically no tourists ever come.
Oh.
There, the existence of nature spirits is kind of an accepted fact. I know exactly where to go to make a deal with the devil, and also which hole in the ground leads straight to hell. I had a few experiences that I don't really want to get into, including almost drowning in a forest river. But suffice it to say, I know not to fuck with things in forests.
That's so true.
Attaboy.
Oh, God.
When I moved away, it was to go to law school. I lived in a small dorm on campus with a couple of other women in the adjacent rooms who were also studying law. Right behind our window lay a small forest where I am picturing this, and it's beautiful. Mm-hmm. Right behind our windows lay a small forest where we would often go for walks. One night in the late spring or early summer, I woke up to a young woman screaming. It sounded like she was being tortured. I, of course, assumed one of my friends had had an accident, and I ran out of my room into the hallway, where I immediately noticed that the sounds were getting quieter, as if I were walking away from it. I went back into my room and opened a window. The sound was louder there. It was coming from the forest. I thought, nope, fuck that. Closed the window and went back to sleep. At breakfast, we talked about it. Everybody had heard it. One girl suggested it could be a deer in heat, which apparently sounds pretty horrifying, but I know it wasn't. Later, I discovered a small black bird had flown against the window of our shared living room, which had always been a bad omen in my life. I brought the bird to the forest, taking care not to actually touch it because ew, and I said a couple prayers for it. The screams returned every couple of nights for some while after that. I never went to investigate. I just made sure that our building was protected. Not sure if it's related, but sometime later, I woke up to a hand between my shoulder blades.
No.
I was sleeping on my stomach, and it was pretty groggy when I woke up. Someone was holding me down, not painfully, but incessantly. It wasn't scary. I don't think it was a bad presence. I always leave a little hole in my protection for good things to slip in, and I wasn't worried at all. After a while, a male voice spoke to me. I couldn't make out the words, and I wasn't even paying that much attention, but I think it must have been important. I have no idea who it could have been. In the morning, I was pretty astonished at how little I had cared in the moment and was also a bit angry at myself. What are your thoughts? Huh. Okay, so if something's holding you down, but it doesn't seem evil, maybe it was like for protection.
It makes me wonder either that or just something going through a residual motion, like maybe something had to happen. Maybe someone was ill there or like and someone put their hand, you just never know. It's really hard to say.
I'm also thinking that maybe something in the words that they were saying was keeping them very docile and keeping them on the edge of sleep and not caring. You know what I mean? Sort of like, don't worry about this. You just go back to sleep. Very interesting.
That is interesting.
Oof.
All right. I have a story for you from Deanna. Deanna, or Deanna. I'm sorry if neither of those are right. And I'm sorry that it's not a correct one.
It's pronounced Jessica. Thank you.
I was in the 6th grade and was sleeping in the same room as my brother. He was on the floor and I was on a bed. I woke up to someone snapping their fingers. I was thinking it was my brother, so I look over at him, groggy and half asleep, and he's still passed out. And I soon realized I couldn't move or breathe, and there's a shadow hanging over me. And as soon as I was able to realize it, it was gone in the blink of an eye. As soon as I could move again, almost as soon as the shadow was gone, I ran straight into my parents' room, only to be told that I was dreaming when I was very much awake. I've had sleep paralysis a few more times since, but nothing like that. Oh my God, Charlie. Now, my gnome story isn't much of a story. Wonderful. And more of a mystery of my young childhood. So I used to hang out at my aunt's house often as a child. My cousin and me and my cousin were very close, and we're the only ones who remember the story. I don't remember how old we were, but I was the oldest, and my aunt was outside, and she ran inside and asked us if we wanted to see something cool. And we follow her outside to see a small gathering of green glowing gnomes in the corner of our yard. I flipped my shit. And I flipped my shit and hated every minute of whatever was going on. My brother and my younger cousin were also with us, and anytime me and my cousin bring it up, no one remembers it. So I have no answers of what it was. To this day, I'll believe it was actual gnomes, but I would also believe my aunt was playing a trick on us. But it looked so real, I don't really know what to believe. Along with that story, me and my cousin played a lot in the backyard and the laundry room that had the door to the backyard. My cousin had used the bathroom while we were playing in the laundry room, and I went to the living room while she did. She didn't know I decided to go to the living room, so she went straight to the laundry room, and someone had opened the door and said her name and shut the door. She freaked and came to find me thinking I was the only one who opened the door and ran away, but I was sitting on the couch the entire time.
Ooh, there's something tricky going on. Do we know of any kind of green and or glowing gnome entity? Nothing's ringing a bell for me.
Not for me.
Huh. Interesting. Y'all hit us up and let us know if somebody out there knows what we're dealing with. I've got a story from possibly one of my favorite names ever, Paulina. Paulina. I love that name.
Lovely.
There have been a couple of paranormal things happening to me since my childhood. Some good, some bad, some really touching. Also, Dude, Macy, listen. Also, please excuse my English since I'm not a native speaker. My mother tongue is German.
Huh.
All right. When I was in my early teens, I read a love story about a ghost girl and a living boy. That girl could be summoned with a Ouija board or some kind of symbol and blood. I always felt a bit drawn to the occult, and I was a clueless teen, so I desperately wanted to try what was being described in the book. My great aunt used to be a bit involved with witchy stuff and did tarot readings for my friends and family. She told my mom that she would have another baby and that it would be a boy, which came true 2 years later. So I told her about my plan, and she was super scared, talking about how that's a really dark path and I should never do it. But I did it anyway with my best friend in her very old and historic house that used to be a mill powered by horses in the mid-18th century.
That's so old.
She's coming. We sat in her garden and had a Ouija board ready, a salt circle surrounding us, and a white candle burning. For some reason, I can't remember why we didn't do the blood offering. Well, thank God for that. So we sat there asking questions and nothing really happened. But then suddenly there was not even wind. The candle stopped burning. We felt extremely creeped out and have never tried it again. I just couldn't let go of that idea of getting in touch with spirits. Some days later, when I woke up in the morning, I found 5 weird scratches on the back of my right hand.
No.
They looked like a cat had scratched me, but they were too deep and red, even though they didn't bleed. We did own a cat at the time, but I didn't touch it the night before or remember it scratching me. So I called my aunt and told her everything that had happened, and she was genuinely worried. She told me to stop reading, thinking, and talking about occult things for some time because I was attracting something that I could not handle. She told me that she would send me protection and pray for me, and the scratches disappeared in days without leaving a mark. Yeah, at this point, I'm like, okay, look, Aunt, I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do.
Yeah, no shit.
So a few weeks later, I tried some meditating to ask some more questions, also about the scratches, and had hoped for some actual answers this time. I never meditated before, and all the meditations that I have done recently, or I have done since, have not felt this intense. So I got into trance, and I felt like I wasn't alone in my room anymore, but it wasn't scary. I asked, is someone there? And got the answer, yes. It wasn't like a voice answering me back, but it was sort of in my mind, if that makes sense. Then I continued to ask who was there, and the answer I got was the biggest shock in my life. It said, we are 12. And let me tell you, these 12 were not happy with me. But also, it wasn't threatening at all. It felt as if my mom had caught me in the middle of something that she knew I was not supposed to be doing. Oh, so they're just like, hey, cut that out. I was so freaked out. I didn't ask any more questions and just left the room. Okay. I told my great aunt a bit later, and she just laughed it off, saying, I told you to stop messing with the spirits. You're giving your guardian angels sleepless nights. You should accept their warnings and stop whatever you are doing. Since then, I never tried to contact spirits with spirit boards, and I just had friendly encounters, I have just had friendly encounters with a deceased friend of mine's stepdad and a dog of mine that we had to put down. I felt protected ever since and started tarot readings for my family recently. Also, I'm doing a lot of protection work now and try to really listen to myself and my surroundings whenever I'm doing anything spiritual. Really taking it one step at a time.
There you go.
We all have, well, not all of us, but I think most of us have those really messy teen years where we have to learn the hard way.
Yeah.
And then you come back and you're like, maybe I should do some protection work and then dive into the ghost pool.
You know, just you gotta get burned a little. I don't like we are 12.
We are see, that threw me off so bad. I had to go back and reread the paragraph. We are
I'm not
12.
a fan of that. We are 12.
Things that speak in kind of speak in unison like that freak me out.
This next story was sent in by Katie K.
Oh.
On the way into work, I was listening to the episode that included shadow people. What struck me was the Hat Man. I'd never heard of this entity before, but when I did, I immediately got chills and cold and chills came over me. Growing up, I would say 7 or 12 years old, I would feel/see/sense the presence of someone behind me. From what I can remember, when I did get to see it, the entity had a hat on. I don't ever remember tragedy following or any malicious behavior. It just scared the crap out of me for more than one occasion, and I had to tell it to leave me alone. It doesn't follow me anymore, but I can still remember my experiences clear as day. My spooky story involves my grandparents. My mother's parents built their own house. It was a nice farmhouse that my grandmother made the floor pan for, so she says. And they lived in that house I said floor plan 4. And they lived in that house until they passed away. My grandfather passed first of prostate cancer. He kept his illness hidden until it was too late. Ultimately, he was placed in hospice care and passed at the hospital following the heart attack. However, he never did leave his house. A few years after his passing, I saw him clear as day in his everyday clothing, walking down the hallway of the house towards me. He was completely solid, walking at his normal pace. I looked away and he disappeared. I was so overwhelmed, I pulled my mother aside and had to tell her. Before I could even get the words out, I started crying. It wasn't sad or scared. It was just emotionally overwhelming. My mom started crying too, and she said that she had seen him a few times before. She was staying in the house to help take care of my grandmother. The other part of this is that my grandma said that she would see her since my grandfather, but we chalked it up to her having developing dementia. My grandmother passed a few years after in the house. She was under 24-hour care and slowly succumbed to her dementia. After her passing, my mother stayed in home to take care of the estate and my infirm aunt who is still residing there. I didn't visit the house too often after the passing because it was so overwhelming. My grandmother hated me, and I could feel that in the house. My mother, however, had a few experiences of her own. In the dining room of my grandparents' house, there was a shelf that ran the entire perimeter of the room. The shelf was high, as were the ceilings, probably 6.5 or so feet high. My mother and I could barely reach the shelves to clean, and we were both on the taller side for women. On these shelves, I wonder if it was supposed to be 7.5 feet or 9.5 feet. On these shelves were my grandmother's collection of ceramic cardinals. They were her favorite birds. One day, according to my mom, she was in the house with her boyfriend in the basement, and she heard one of the ceramic wind-up birds start playing music. One of those figurines that you wind up at the base and it spins to play music. Again, my mother could barely reach the shelf at her height, and her boyfriend was not only not in the room, but he was shorter than she was. The other experience my mother had was hearing her dog's heavy ceramic water dish being moved around the kitchen while her dog was laying next to her in the chair. Also, with my grandmother's passing, her in-home healthcare workers, 2 women, both told me that when my grandmother passed, there were 3 or 4, I can't remember the exact number, of crows on the covered porch the moment that she passed. One worker stated that she looked at my grandmother, heard the birds, looked at them, and then she looked at my grandmother and she had passed. The odd thing is that not only is the porch covered, but the ceiling is low, and 2 or 3 of the walls, and 2 of the 4 walls are solid walls. So it's not like they just landed on the porch. The day that we had the final estate sale on the house, a bright red male cardinal sat in a tree next to the garage, loudly squawking. Is that what cardinals do? The entire time. We said it was my grandmother bitching at us for selling off her possessions. To this day, every time I see a male cardinal, I say hello to my grandmother. If I see 2, as I often do at my house, I believe it is both of my grandparents passing through.
I love that.
That's nice.
Cardinals are messengers, man. It has a nice ending.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wrap it up. I'll take it. Did I sound like a mom? I wanted to. That was my goal. Cool. I'll take it.
Are you thoroughly spooked, Mace?
I am. I feel gross. I'm ready to go eat. Hunter's making Brenner, so I'm ready to go warm my soul with some Brenner.
I love how we can just immediately jump from spooky stories into like Brenner fixes all.
You have to, yeah. It's a soul cleanser. It's like a palate cleanser for the soul.
Everyone out there, we hope you're having Brenner tonight, and if you're not, go ahead and bust open your Halloween candy early and chow down. All right, guys, don't let any of the old Victorian women get you. Don't let the aliens snatch you up, and never seek out your doppelganger.
Good rules of life, really.
If you want your story featured on the next Spooky-sode, send your email to wbahpodcast, at gmail.com, and put spooky somewhere in the title.
Wonderful.
Macy, can I get a big hearty Happy Halloween?
Yes, I immediately had about 80 different voices run through my head, and I didn't know which one to pick.
Do all of them.
And now I don't, because I said all of this out loud, and now I can't pick one because it's not going to be as good as another one. No, I'm nervous. I don't know. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Charlie, happy Halloween. Did you know it's Halloween? Happy Halloween.
Oh.
It's not Halloween yet, but it's coming.
Happy Halloween.
Oh. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Hey, Mr. Hanky.
Happy Halloween. Please don't forget that if you want to be a part of our Night Before Halloween live, you can do that. You can be a part of that by signing up over on Patreon. And we're going to have a little Halloween party. And it'll be fun and cute. And it won't be scary like tonight was at all, I promise.
Nope. It'll be the fun part of Halloween.
The treat.